Hi, everybody. Here we are. We're back one more time. Wow, it's been a long time. And I see I already have a whole bunch of comments. As you can see behind me is Crazy Town Reef. And I'm sitting kind of in the corner of the room where my big comfy chair used to be and decided to put the table and the computer and everything here. So yeah, we'll see if it works. I used to have it in the doorway before I took the hiatus. I did a bunch of streams from there, and that was really inconvenient. So we'll see how it is. You'll have to let me know what you think of the tank in the background. The lights will gradually ramp down, I guess, depending on how long we're on here. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. So before I get to the comments, I wanted to just say something about the intro, the timer, the countdown. And this is really a dedication to Dave Lembo. He died in 2019 on July the 6th. So it's been not quite 3 years since he passed. And I think of him often. And I was trying today to think why he made such an impression on me and why he was so important in the community. And I think it was because he's real. He was always real, and he never had to be rude with it. So that's why I put up the information about his YouTube channel, because honestly, those live streams are really what got things rolling, where you could just drop in and chat. And it was just a relaxed social time. And I absolutely loved it. And I can highly recommend spending the time listening to the streams, watching the videos. I learned so much from Dave. We can all learn a lot from Dave, not just about reef keeping. So I hope you enjoyed it. And don't worry, I'm not going to start future live streams with this big long thing. But I just thought I'd mention it because we really miss him. And he never tolerated drama on his streams. And that's kind of another thing I really enjoyed about them. So yeah. So welcome, officially welcome. We have Alex in the waiting room. I'm going to bring him in, and then we'll go to the chat and just say hi to everybody, because we already have a whole bunch of comments. We've got 17 people right off the bat. And don't forget the giveaway sometime between 9 and 9:30. Well, we'll get to that, and I'll give you the details of the fantastic Reefing Art customer service story that's behind this giveaway. So let's say hi to Alex. It's been, hey, Alex.
Hi, Cindy.
It's like I look back, 7 months. I couldn't believe it, because my expectation was going to be maybe 3 months, to where I would have sort of time to get some stuff put together with the tank. But wow. And look at you. Look what's behind you.
Oh, we're not. We got to talk about your tank first, I think, before we talk about mine.
Well, it's
it is looking so beautiful back there. I'm glad you're able to get it in the shot today.
Yeah.
So,
and where I'm sitting, I mean, I can tilt the monitor down and get more of me, but you guys are going to want more of the tank, so that's where it is. I normally run fans, and we have a dehumidifier in the corner, but we shut that off and the fans off because it's just a low level background noise. And I don't know how the sound is, but I put my egg crate, mattress cover thing, jammed it in behind the computer here. So hopefully I don't sound like I'm talking in a tin can.
well, it sounds good to me. So, and I have the YouTube stream up, but I have it muted so we don't get some horrible feedback.
I went through that this afternoon when I was testing some things, and I got myself into trouble with like 3 or 4 iterations of me down in the corner that I could not get rid of, and I almost had to completely redo the whole thing. But luckily, I was able to back out and get rid of it. So, yeah. All right. Chris Moniz, hello. He was here at 6:17 p.m. So, Chris, if you're still here, you were number 1 on the restarted live stream. Sean Clark, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Yeah, you and me both. That's kind of how I feel. There's T40 Reefer. I've been waiting for this a long time. What up, ReefGrrl? Hey, T, I hope you're doing well. I don't even know where to start with what's been going on. It's just, time goes by, and you probably feel this too, Alex. It's like, you just kind of get up every day and go, okay, what do I have to do today? And in my case, it was moving the reef from downstairs to upstairs. So it wasn't just a matter, it's all the same water. So there was that. That was good. But it isn't just a matter of putting something in it. You got to figure out where it should go because the flow is all different. The lighting is different. My front light is different than my back light. I've got the perimeter lights, so I've got the low light. So like, and it isn't just a matter of going, okay, here, here, here. It takes time. And I really didn't want to put things in and then run into an issue where something would happen and I wouldn't have time to get back to it and put them where they should be. So all of that is an excuse for just putting it off as long as I could.
Well, I saw you said, I think you moved a couple of things too, because the flow wasn't quite right, or you felt the light.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's one of those things too, is that even if you had something for years and then you suddenly move it, there's always going to be that.
Yeah.
I don't know. At this point, after my last year, there's going to be apprehension where I'm like, okay, it's finally doing good in this tank. Do I really want to move it?
I know. And the thing was, in the basement sump, the stuff was doing okay. A few things were doing really well. The majority of it was just okay. And, you know, I did lose a few things. And I was worried about losing a few more things. And so it's just the longer it takes, the more risk there is. So what's left now are large hunks of rock that have corals on them. There's one of the pillars. I don't know if you remember the Red Sea tank. I had two pillars wrapping around the overflow. And I have the the left-hand pillar is in here already at the side. And man, that worked out well. That will be in an update. And the right-hand pillar, most of the stuff on the top died. But there's a chalice, a really nice Cyphastria I have not seen anywhere else. It's called Copper. And it's like a beautiful glowing metallic orange, like a light orange. Chalice that. And then I've got my giant green elkhorn Monty colony on top. So, you know, that thing has to come out completely. I have to get what I can off of it and then make a zillion frags with all the smithereens that are inevitable, right? So there's that. And then there's a big, giant L-shaped Tonga branch. It's like 3 inches thick in one spot. There is no hope of breaking it or sawing through it or anything like that to try and save all of the encrusted red Cyphastria that's on there. So I'm kind of hoping I can rehome it with the LFS and they can give it to somebody as an instant aquascape.
Well, if it's real Tonga branch, make sure they pay you for that, because it was kind of funny. One of the local reef clubs, and I haven't really joined a lot of local clubs just because I've had so much going on always, but I decided to join one of the local Facebook groups over here in Illinois, and great bunch of folks, and they had a frag swap, probably in May, I think. And it was funny because somebody brought a piece of Tonga branch, and there was like 20 people going, how much is that? How much is that? Mm-hmm. And then it's like, stuff's worth its weight in gold right now. And then I was like, well, I got a whole pile of that stuff. And they're like, do you want to sell it? And I'm like, no.
Well, the claim to fame of my Tonga branch is that it was personally selected for me by Randy at BRS. And this is going back to 2017, you know, when he started at the bottom and worked his way up, kind of thing. And I had some emails back and forth about what I was looking for, because I wanted stuff to make arches in that tank. And what they sent me was absolutely gorgeous. And I've already sold 2 pieces of it that I didn't ever end up using, probably sold it too cheap. The other piece, everyone who has been paying attention knows how much I absolutely love my citrus rhodactis mushrooms that are on that art. Well, that's Tonga branch, that piece of rock.
Every time I look at those rhodactis, I'm like, I need to find those.
I have a frag available. I can meet you at the border because it's legal to send it across. It has no skeleton.
Anyway. I'll give my tank a few more months before I give it we're 100% good to accept everything new again.
Yeah. All right, let's say hi to everybody. We've got a whole bunch of comments. Chris, Sean, T40, Filipino, hey Benny, Alfie's Reef. Hello, Alfie. I think Alfie's up very late in the UK there. Mr. N03, hello. Oh, there's Alex Gs. Dennis Rajwan, hello, Dennis. Lisa, hey, Lisa, your reef looks amazing. Thank you. It's getting there. Not quite done yet. And I'm picking up some more banking corals on Monday from the guy I got some from before, because unfortunately I did lose 2 of them. But the one that he gave me, it's a golden jawbreaker acropora, and it's doing really well. So you can't. Okay, let you in on a little secret. Things I'm learning about this tank that I didn't expect. And this is just one of them. If I want to see close up the SPS that I have on my rocks at the back, I have to get out my little binoculars, open both doors, go and stand in the hallway, push myself against the wall as far as possible and lean back and zoom in. That's the only way I can see those close up because of where they are in the tank. They're in the middle, so 2 feet in from the side, 3 feet back or 4 feet back from the front. You know, short of doing a top down with my viewer and doing a video, which I did, I can't see them up close. And by the way, that one is getting polyp extension, so that feels pretty good. But anyway, so I'm slowly adding more stuff, and there's going to be more to come. We broke up a big F-flow colony and put the pieces up yesterday maybe, or the day before. So I'm just kind of taking my time. Okay, Lisa, looking great. Sharbuckles, Sean, so nice to see you. About to have a late dinner. We'll try and hop on and that'd be awesome. Yeah, Sean had the misfortune of going through the Ottawa power failure, no power for 5 days, 6 days maybe. And yeah, that was a bad scene. Economical Reefer, hello from UK London. Nice to see you. And Lee White, hi Lee. Sean Clark, nice to see you, Sean. True Skills, hey Aaron, I hope you're doing well. Bob Lentner, nice to see you. Sound is great on my end. Thanks, that's good. Thanks for the feedback. Born to be a shooter, Josh. You know anyone who's used the Smat Farm G5 Reef Light? In your experience, can budget LEDs grow coral near the hydras or radions? Can't make up my mind. Alex has more experience than me. Mine is limited to my 29-gallon cube, where I bought a D-Sunny Chinese black box direct from the factory back when their programming was really basic, but you could set, they did have some presets, and that thing was awesome. I didn't really have SPS. I had some bird's nest, Montipora, stuff like that. But it turned a little frog spawn frag into a melon size that I had to trade in at the fish store because it was too big. So in my experience, it depends what you're working with. If you have your mindset on an SPS dominant tank, it depends what SPS you get. I couldn't tell you what the par was. I do know that I only ever ran it at maximum 50% because there's that whole warning with LED where you can fry your corals and they can tolerate low light way easier than light that's too high. So without a par meter, you don't really know except by experimenting. So I have no idea what the par would have been on that light, but I do know that I only ever used a portion of what was available to me when I had that tank. On my YouTube channel, I do have videos of that 29-gallon cube very early on, just before, well, actually, there was a year where I had the cube and the stony coral tank, the 20-gallon with a sump. So if you're interested, take a look at the really early videos, and excuse me for the production quality. It hasn't improved a lot, but it's way different now than it was back then. What do you think, Alex?
I mean, there's just, with the way LED has come along in the last few years especially, is that I don't think you can go wrong trying it. And especially if it's a budget option, you realize that some of those budget options, there's no difference discernibly between them and another light. It's a lot of it is the features. Mm-hmm. You could buy the LED chips and put them in any fixture. It's what's the build quality of it? What's the software behind it? What's the warranty behind it? And, coming from a DIY background and stuff, I buy a variety of different types of equipment. I usually get, I'm partial to Radions, but I've had T5s, and then with this big tank, I'm gonna probably experiment with a lot of things. But when it comes to things like pumps, I don't always, it doesn't have to be the top of the line thing, especially if your budget is getting that. There's nothing wrong with it. So it's a lot of it's always try it out, see how it works for you. And to Cindy's point, if you got a par meter and you can measure it, or borrow one from an LFS, or rent it, or any local clubs or a forum, meet up someone to see if you could borrow a par meter. You can't go wrong with it. I mean, it's pretty well proven now that LEDs very easily grow corals. And I would say that your water flow and your water chemistry are just as, if not more important, depending on who you talk to.
Yeah, and what you want to keep. I have Amro and Algae Warrior, the BioReef and Algae Warrior. I'm going to bring them in, and then we'll just keep going through the comments, because I know Amro's been waiting a few minutes. Hey, Amro. So nice to see you.
Hi, Cindy. Hi, Alex. Hi, Garrett.
How's it going? Algae Warrior, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Are your arms tired?
Oh, gosh. It was a long day with that hand saw. The reciprocating saw did not make it any easier for the short time I could use it. So,
yeah, no kidding. Oh, Taryn just popped in, so let's add her while we're at it, and then we can all chat.
Hey.
This is awesome. I mean, you got to see the smile on my face. I'm so happy to finally have my act together enough to organize this, because it's just, the weeks go by and all of a sudden, oh man, if I'm going to have a live stream, I have to put a video out to tell people. And the days just drip away, All right, who we got next here? Ghouls, first ReefGrrl live stream. Hello, nice to see you. Sammy31D, hello. And Sammy says, I use the carob sea tonga branches. Pretty nice, but the best looking man-made is called Fancy Branch. Look it up. Okay. Yeah, I've used man-made rock once. I don't really care for it, so I probably won't use it again unless I find the odd piece here or there that I like the look of it. But as an overall aquascape, I just found it not porous enough. Nothing would encrust on it for a really long time. But that's just me. There's Josh, mine too. Taryn's. Hi, Cindy. Hey, Taryn.
Hi.
There's Chimp the Reefer. Hey, Chimp. Who else we got? Ryan Shackleton. Oh, sorry to hear that, Ryan. Can't come on tonight. Still recovering from COVID. Oh man, I hope you get better soon.
Yeah, feel better.
I can only imagine what changes your tank has gone through since we last saw it 7 months ago, because I seem to remember that you were kind of constantly evolving with that tank. So that's going to be really interesting to see. Hello, NSB Reefs. There's Broke Reef Man 45. Yay! Josh says, I'm mostly going to stick to LPS and softies, but I do buy a lot of aquacultured Monties. No acros for me, though, and my Monties seem to be growing decently well under my SB Reef light. LED, time to replace it. Yeah, I think, I don't know, if you're if you're smart thinking about what you're doing and you know the things to look at and what to watch for, I think it's safe to try some of these newer lights. Like back when I bought that D-Sunny, there weren't a lot of cheap choices, and LEDs were really just beginning. So
yeah, this one right here, this one I have over the tank was like $80.
Oh yeah, what is that one?
It's it goes by two names. It's either Bosley or Relassi.
Oh,
but
yeah.
It's good. It's programmable. The app is kind of finicky, but if you play around with it enough, you can get what you want.
Yeah.
But I like it so far, and it's been doing great with growing corals. So
nice.
when I did my par test, you know, it showed some pretty good numbers. But when I had to turn it down because on full blast, I was getting on one of the top rocks, I was getting about like close to 400 par.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fletcher Wright, he says, I use the Smat Farm LED. It's a nice light. It has ramp up and ramp down, which is good. Yeah, I don't know. There's the big debate about on off versus ramping up and ramping down. I like the ramping up and ramping down. And honestly, the reason I like it is because it pleases me. Like I just like I like the idea.
It's like a sunset.
It is, and sunrise. Yeah, and my lights are set up so that on the left, on the right side of the tank, which is kind of the east side of the house, those two bar lights come on. Then my Atlantics come on in the middle, and then the other two bar lights on the other side come on. So like as you walk in the room, there's one point where the back Atlantic is on, and I have it on a different program than the front, and it just is like a spotlight. Like I can't even describe it. It looks so cool because it's a very white light, and the colors and everything, and the fish swim around, and I don't know. I like that flexibility, you know?
I think it's also like easier on the fish because I find that if I were to just turn the lights on like at full power, they startle, or if I turn them off, like if let's say I just want the lights off and you turn them off and all the fish just like go rush and hide, they kind of freak out a little bit.
They do freak out, yeah. Yeah, this sort of instant on and off thing is, I don't know. I think it's a little disorienting for the fish.
I use a mix of it. The reef tank back in the fish room that gradually ramps up, but like my non-reef safe, their LED kind of kicks on. But I'll say this, the LEDs for my refugium kick on first, so it puts some ambient light in the room. So it's not like it's going from pitch black darkness to like full on bright for those fish. So they don't seem to mind it too much. But I definitely kind of see that aspect to it too, is that if I was going to flip them on, I'd prefer to just have blues come on, then whites, and then ramp the high power stuff.
Yeah. Well, I have the light from the windows over here, and I mean, you know, if I turn the shutters open, you can see the light comes in. And so usually what we do is leave the middle one just open a little bit so that when the sun does come up, although this faces west, just the light outside kind of gradually lights up the room. And the one Atlantic comes on around 9 in the morning, and then it takes until around 11 for all of the lights to be on. So it's really gradual, but I don't know, I just like it.
So I feel, Cindy, that since this is your first time back, that I don't have crazy glasses to ask you a question, but I feel I owe it to everybody to reverse the question and just flat out ask you, as Crazy Town Reef and everything you've done, have you been happy with it? Was it worth it to do everything you did?
Absolutely. And it's at the point where I'm still angry about everything that happened with the tank. And I can make the video now because I won't be spewing vitriol. You know, I can actually, honestly, I can actually go through and just describe everything that happened and say how I felt about it without having to feel it all over again. And that's saying something for me. And that's because I'm so thrilled with how this is turning out. It just, the other day I looked at it and I went, oh my God, this tank is full. It's not full, but it just, everywhere you look, color. And I just love it. Yeah. So good question.
Yeah, I love it. I'm so glad that you're back. I missed your live streams.
Me too. I just felt so out of touch, you know? Who else have we got here? Oh, there we go. Ryan Shackleton. My favorite SPS reefer, Amro. Hope the corals are doing better.
I'm hearing a little feedback. I don't know if anyone else is getting it.
I'm not.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I also, my SPS got upset. I lost power for a day, so like same storm that affected Ryan. Thankfully, I got it back, but ever since that power outage, the corals have kind of slowly declined. Finally, like they're coming back online. I'm like kicking myself because when I did the renovation in the basement, I on purpose had the gas guy put a gas line right there's a window in the basement where my tank is here, and I'm like, okay, run a gas line here. I'm gonna get a natural gas generator, and I'll be laughing. That was last summer. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get the natural gas generator now. I'm gonna get the next week, the week after, and then the storm happened. I'm like, oh god damn it, Murphy's Law. But then I did go and buy the generator a day later, so I'm ready for the future. But I'm annoyed at myself for kind of procrastinating.
You're in Ottawa?
I'm in the Toronto area.
Okay, I'm in Niagara.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
I have a Generac, but it came with my house, so it's literally been a lifesaver. So.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Generacs for the folks that don't know, are the whole house generators that like instantly kick in. I was considering that, but I'm thinking of like going solar, having some solar panels in the future, and I thought maybe I could just get it's a small generator with like maybe $800. It's just a lot of money, but it's not like the $10,000 that you spend on a Generac. And I thought maybe I'll just like wait and see if I could get some solar.
I got a propane generator. So what I did is I wired a plug outside, and it goes to my main power panel, and it has what do you call that? Sorry, I'm hearing feedback too. So
I'm just trying to mute my mic to see. Let's see.
Is it mine that's giving feedback?
I don't know.
I think it might be Garrett. No, it's there, and he's muted.
Hang on.
All right. That might be Taryn's solution.
It's my Ridgeway internet, the country internet.
Right. So Alex, you have propane.
Yeah, and it's just a portable gen. So if I want it, I have the gen plug, and then I have the safety switch in the main power panel, so that it won't allow you to have the utility power on and the generator at the same time. It's an interlock. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. So that way I can power my whole house technically. You know, you open all the breakers in the whole house, and then you just turn on what you need. So that way I have everything there. But I went with propane just because, one, the fuel doesn't go bad, and the generator, you don't have to worry about fuel being in the generator as long as it's got oil in it. I fired it up here and there, and it's worked out really well for me. I haven't had to use it, but we had one power outage last year at the new house, and I had the battery operated air pumps going in like 20 minutes, and I was like, all right, what's happening? But most of our power's underground, so luckily we don't get too many outages here.
Well,
that's a good point. A lot of people don't know that gasoline goes bad, and you can't just kind of like store it forever. Right. So I went with natural gas because typically when we lose electricity, we always have kind of natural gas. I did have 2 Ecotech pumps, but it's kind of interesting, right? In theory, I could have like ramped up had the flow as usual, because I had like only one Vortec MP40 and the Vectra, but they're all running at 30%, and on my 180 was like doing nothing. Mm-hmm. And you hear the news and everybody was having issues, and I'm like, okay, well, do I like power everything at 100% and count on the power coming back right away, or do I like play the long game? So I played the long game. Yeah. And as a result, thanks suffered. And obviously, I had no plan for heat, which I actually think that was what like did my SPS in, was the temperature dropped to 60, 65 or 68, and it stayed there for a while because it's in a basement, so it's already cool. Yep. Anyway, you live and learn.
Yep. Well, the generator, the whole home generator, was part of our plan right from the start, and And the reason I bring this up is if you're thinking about getting one in the current environment, order it now and expect it to take a year to get it.
Yeah.
Because we got really, really lucky. We've been trying for 6 months to get someone to even come to our house and price it all out and look at where we could run it. We did have our gas supply upgraded when the house was built. We paid the extra to have that done. And because we knew we were going to get a whole home generator in here. And it took 6 months to get anybody here. And we got lucky. They had a whole truckload. One was not spoken for. The guy said, if you want this one, it's yours as soon as you pay for it. So we paid for it right away. And they did all the contract arrangements. We didn't have to find an electrician. We didn't have to find a gas fitter. They do it all through their company. And all we did was get quotes so that we could make sure we weren't going to be getting ripped off. And yeah, it was quite the process, but then everything happened really fast once we went through that big long waiting period. And we got a Briggs and Stratton. So yeah.
That's awesome. I didn't know you got one.
Well, and it's amazing. The minute with that thing was in there and tested, you know, they shut the power down, everything powered back up again.
In like 30 seconds, your reef runs like exactly how it's supposed to.
That's right. The whole house. Yep. Mine does lose water in the overflow because, of course, the water level drops when the pumps are off for that long, but it recovers really well. So, yeah. And I can't even describe how good it felt to know I didn't have to worry anymore. You know,
yeah,
so,
when you're at work and then you can like just look at your I have cameras on my tanks, and then I'm like, oh yeah, like the power goes out and like 30 seconds later it just all ramps back up. So I mean, mine came with my house, so it was before I even had reef tanks, but it's definitely been amazing.
And I don't know how you feel, Taryn and Amro, but I don't think the hydro infrastructure management is improving in this province. Let's just put it that way.
No. And honestly, to be like where I live, most of the homes in our area have them only because we had a huge power outage many years ago for a long time. So a lot of houses in my neighborhood have them installed. But yeah, it's definitely been, I couldn't live without it now. Let's just say that.
The only thing I'd say, just because I went through it, and some of you might have, depending on where you were in Canada, but I was living in Metro Detroit in the 2002 blackout.
Mm-hmm.
We lost power, gas, and water.
Yep.
We lost it all for a week. And it was weird. And I mean, we had a gas generator. We got our power back within a few days, but I remember like the gas and like the water coming back on was like a huge deal. It never shut the system off and it never depressurized. So they were having water main breaks everywhere because the system it was so old. But that's why I got my battery operated air pumps, because those things could just, they are the easiest lifesaver for your tank. That I guess the way I always look at it, because a lot of my professional career deals with stuff like this, is that anyone could do it. A kid can do it, your wife can do it, your husband, boyfriend, significant other, whoever it is.
Yeah.
They could put a battery operated air pump in a tank.
And drop it in, yeah. And I have two of the ones where you put batteries in them and you plug them in. So as long as you've got the Airstone run in already. So if there was nasty weather and I had to leave the house before we had the generator, that's what I would plug into a plug, drop the Airstone in, and then I could leave and know that at least there'd be some air going into the tank. I used it for the small tank, the Mollywood, which is now the observation tank. I used it a lot for that. God, we got more people. 30 people.
I just bought 4 of the, they're just like lithium ion USB ones that you charge up.
Yeah.
And I have like extra battery banks too, so I could hook those up to the air pumps to kind of keep it going if it's for an extended period of time. But I'm in like rural Oregon, so I've lived here for 9 years, and the longest the power has ever gone out has been 3, maybe 4 hours.
Yeah.
So I've been pretty fortunate in that, but you know, you always.
I remember
I'd like to have a battery backup just for peace of mind, you know.
Well, those UPC things, are they called UPS?
Yeah.
We ran with those for a long time because they only give you 45 minutes. But if you have DC pumps, that's quite a long time. And of course, the idea for them is to power your computer down safely in the event of a sudden power cut. But you can get about 45 minutes out of them. And, you know, but I've stood over a tank with a cup, dipping it in, lifting water up, you know, pouring it in from a height.
Done that before, or the frozen water bottles.
Yeah, for the cooling.
So that's always a good one.
Yep, definitely. Okay, who we all? Oh, I'm way up the top here. Hitokiri Jensai. Welcome, great tank. I love the sumps. I'm going to buy a 55-gallon for a frag system for my soft curls for my wife. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Economical reefer, water chemistry. I find if your corals aren't happy, stop dosing and fiddling with your tank. Let the water balance itself out, then start dosing slowly until you get a sweet spot. Yeah. And what was that thing about a while ago where the discussion was the delayed impact of things that affect your corals, where something can happen and you won't see the effects of it until 2 or 3 weeks later? And you think it's you did last
I'm like the poster child for that with all my problems I had in the last year.
Well, and you think it's something you did last night, right? But it's actually could be something you did weeks ago. Yeah, so true. There's Marcus Aerolis 187. Nice to see you, Marcus. Lynn Reef Nerd. Hey, Lynn, thanks for stopping in. I know you're busy with all of your new fish shack and moving and all that kind of stuff too.
I think she had to rewire everything out to her fish shed.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Redig a trench.
Yep. NSB Reefs, hello. I have a feeling I'll be using my new generator this hurricane season. Yeah, we do have a Champion gas generator that we got a couple years ago when we were still at the other house. And my husband used to run it every couple of months when he thought of it, just to make sure it went. And over the winter, of course, it sits in the garage. He would put fresh gas in it periodically. And, you know, that's really all you can do, and then hope that it goes. And we have used it at this house during a couple of scheduled power outages. And while the transfer switch and everything was being installed for the whole home, we ran the 2 return pumps and the Inkbird on the generator. And the beauty of the radiant heating system is that we just have to plug the Inkbird in. And when the temperature sensor says, okay, it's time for the circulating pump to turn on, it turns the circulating pump on for a few minutes. So we didn't have to plug in the heater because the water in there would stay warm for a while. And it took the first time when we ran on the generator, it took probably, I want to say 4 hours for the temperature to drop to where we started getting concerned. It went from 25 Celsius down to around 22 or 23. So the gas generator, it can help you, like seriously, like if that's all you have access to, but you do have to keep up with the maintenance of it. What else have we got here? Oh, here's a question for you guys, all you experts. What can you do to lower your calcium if it's too high? And it lowered my ALK to like 725, calcium's 520 or 540. Has to be from using Aptasia X in a 28-gallon tank. Just wondering how I'd fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Water changes?
Water change.
Yeah, check your levels on the salt you're mixing with, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
To make sure those are in line, because if that's not good, then a water change won't help as much. Especially
in that smaller volume of water.
Yeah, 20 gallons.
It's refreshing to think, though, that a water change can help that. I
know.
That doesn't work for me too easy.
I remember how that felt. Amro might be going in the right direction with solar. Natural gas is jumping up 30% in BC. Yeah, that's happening in Ontario here too. But, you know, natural gas has always been really cheap. And when they used to put you on a budget program, you know how you can ask to be on a budget where you pay the same amount every month? They always put us on $100 a month and said it was a minimum they could set up. And every August, we would get a refund for like $400 because we don't keep our house very warm in the winter. We prefer it cool. We always have. And we just don't use that much. So when the price goes up, when your bill is usually $42 and it goes up 20%, it goes up to $50. So it doesn't seem that extreme. But I can understand where, you know, that $8 can make a difference for some people, especially things like, you know, small rental landlords, you know, who have maybe a 4-unit or a 6-unit building, or, you know, that can really start to add up.
I think in Europe, and I mean, it's gone really, really high in a lot of places, because a couple of the YouTubers I watch in England, like the one, he has this big DIY tank he was building, and he's just kind of like, I don't really want to pay to heat it. So
yeah, I have no idea what my radiant heating system costs. I know my electricity is expensive, but it's always expensive in the summer, and it's still less than it was at the other house we lived in, and that house was 30% smaller. And, you know, this tank is how many times the size? 6 times the size of the one that I had, the water volume. So, you know, it's still not ridiculous. Marcus Aerolis, try 2 weeks without power. Oh, yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I think I'd be scrambling for some solar at that point.
Yeah.
With the batteries.
Yep. Well, just for the basics of, you know, basic necessities of life. If nothing else.
I'd set up a little wind turbine in my backyard if I could.
I've always wanted one of those. And the place we used to live backed onto farmers' fields. So I think I could have got away with the one you could get at Canadian Tire. It's only about 30 feet tall. Anyway.
I just pictured like a treadmill hooked up to like a reef tank. It's like, I must run for the reef. I must run for the reef.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. Get a bicycle or something hooked up. I mean, you could generate some force out of it to do water flow or something.
It's like, let's go, baby. I need more power.
Or even to
take over,
charge a battery, right? Yeah. Let's see. Reefkeeper. Hey, Phil. I hope you're doing well. Had to replace a motor on my dosing pump. Always something. Oh, glad you can make it.
Just had to swap my dosing pump out and I ended up getting a Neptune dose because my old bubble magnets died. So
yeah, I still have my mowers started clicking. So I don't know if I just need to do some pump maintenance and clean it out or what.
And which one is that?
The Kamora X1.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Not the T, just the cheaper version.
I still have the Jabo DP4 that I bought in 2015, and it still works.
Mine's on the shelf just waiting for me. But
I know there are people who hate pushing those buttons, but I'm a person who likes pushing buttons because my Wi-Fi lets me down so often, and then you got a paperweight because you can't do anything with it.
Alex, was your bubble magus doser like the black or three?
Oh, it was the gray, or it was a hand-me-down my sister gave me when I tore her tank down. And it was funny because I was like, I got to recalibrate my pH probe. I haven't done it. I waited like a year, and I knew there's going to be drift on it. So the pH was a lot lower, but I had the doser hooked up to my calc stir. And it was funny because I'm like, man, why did my pH drop so much this first night? And I'm looking at the doser, and I'm like, well, it says it's programmed. So then I like changed the time. I was like, all right, it's supposed to dose in 2 minutes. And I was like 5 minutes later, I'm like, okay, nothing's happening. And then I look at it. Apparently, it's a flaw that some of those older ones had. The clock chip goes on them. So you could set the time, but it won't advance anywhere. So it just stays. The manual buttons still work. I'm like, well, this is useless. So My LFS had a local. He had a Neptune dose used, so I got that at a good price. So I got that on, and I like the programming of it a little better. I've been dosing a little more calc at night, and I'm now, well, my next purchase next month is going to be, I'm going to get a ERV to add in the basement. So
what's that?
Energy recovery vent. So because I monitor my CO2 and I've been watching my pH, and it's sticking around 7.9 right now, which is way too low. And even like a good example today, it was very nice today in Chicagoland. So I had the windows open most of the day, and I saw that pH just shoot up like a little rocket. But, you know, the last week, everything's been sealed up because it's been in the 90s. And the ERV, the one I'm looking at is a smaller Panasonic one. And it'll basically, it uses 1 4-inch duct to draw air and vent air. So it kind of swaps between sucking air out and then pulling air in. So for the size space I have, I think that might be a good first effort, and it's a little more economical in cost.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I'm going to do a little bit of research because my Red Sea Reefer was on the main floor, and it was drafty. You know, doors would open and so on. So I actually had really like decent pH, but the water box is in the basement, and I didn't appreciate how little airflow goes there. And I even with Kalkwasser, I'm kind of struggling with pH. And so this is just like essentially like a hole in the house with like a fan. Yeah, it'd be like a dryer
duct that's like a 4-inch duct. And for this smaller Panasonic one, like I said, it's a split duct, so it sucks air in and then pulls it out. So it's just doing that exchange in different intervals. But I monitor my CO2 levels in the basement, so if everything's sealed up and I'm not doing any window opening, it'll be like 1,000 parts per million down there when it's like 430 outside. So like I had the windows open most of today. So let me walk back there, see what we're at today. I'm gonna guess it's in the 600s or 700s.
Wow,
that's my guess. I haven't been back here a lot.
Lynn Reef Nerd says natural gas is always cheap. I make them daily for free.
$5.92.
Josh says I did a small water change. Got to retest later, see if it's come down any. I guess if not, I guess I can do another larger water change. Yeah, that's and you're right on there about retesting in between because yeah.
Did he say he was dosing something?
I can't remember. Lower calcium. Oh, he was using Aptasia X.
Oh, okay.
You know what that stuff is carbonate based, is it not? Or
okay.
Hydroxide, essentially.
I gotcha. Yeah. For me, that was Aptasia Infinity.
Oh.
It didn't work. It's just like it just made him mad, and I found more and more Aptasia.
I guess I'm the only lucky reef keeper in the world because I've never had a problem with Aptasia. If I ever saw one, I threw in 3 peppermint shrimp, and after a couple of days, there wasn't any to be found anywhere. And those things still live for a long time after, too.
Peppermint shrimp worked for me one time. I couldn't get them recently, so I took a gamble on biota captive bred filefish, and because I got one came on a frag, and I when I was looking, I didn't see it in the store because of all the blue light, but I always look at it in the daylight right afterwards, and I'm like, oh, that has Aptasia. That's a glass anemone right there. So the next day I went back, and they gave me a good deal on it because they know they're the ones who gave me the Aptasia. So but it went after it like right away within maybe a few minutes of it being in the water, and it just annihilated it. So it worked for me. The only downside is that filefish I've seen it like nip at the Gorgonian a little bit, but usually I don't think it liked the taste because the Gorgonian's fine now. But I put Suspiciolaria in there, and it was gone overnight.
Wow.
Like he just annihilated the entire frag. It was just a little nubbin.
Wow.
So
those things are hard to get.
I guess.
Like the Suspiciolaria, you don't see it very often. It's got to be a little pricey. Huh.
Yeah, the frag wasn't too bad. The guy didn't know what it was. He just said, "Oh, that soft coral there? All right, $25." I'm like, "Okay, thank you." So, but there's still a little a blob of it on the frag plug, so I'm gonna move it to another tank and see if it'll come back. Maybe do an iodine dip in between.
Yeah. Sorry, Taryn, were you?
I was just gonna ask Alex if he still had his temporary tanks, but I think he's showing them now. I've been following his build on Instagram, but I haven't seen any updates on your temporary tanks, or maybe I missed them.
No, I haven't really been saying anything on them. So the corals are finally starting to come back. Let me see if Mr. Lazy over here is gonna take his food. Oh no. Oh.
Oh, the puffer?
Yeah, you're supposed to eat that, buddy.
He's sharing.
He'll find it. So
is it a porcupine? I can't see it.
Yeah, he's playing. I'm blending in.
He's so cute.
There we go.
So.
I got a Valentini puffer, and he's so tiny, but he's in my quarantine tank right now. But he's so cute.
Yeah, I just tried to give him a piece of squid, and well, I'm sorry, buddy, you missed it. It's over there.
He looks so sad.
Puffer's been really lazy lately. All right, where'd the squid go?
You can't be too hungry.
This Puffer's been a little funny lately. It's like he loves his clams, and I got to go get some more. But my Regal Angel's doing well. Then let's see. Oh, my little experiment tank.
Yeah.
I still have my. I haven't done anything to it, and I ran a little low on water, so everything's bubbling up. But I still got some caulerpas popping up in here, and
that's the Australian live rock, right?
Yep, there's some cyano and some other stuff in here. But the cool thing is, I have confirmed there's bioluminescent activity at night, which
cool.
really psyched me out because I was so happy to see that. So I've got some little blue flashes here. I gotta get the camera up. But then the other thing I got, which let's see. Oh, I do see them. So if you were watching my Instagram, I have got free swimming hydroids in here that are basically like little tiny jellyfish.
Wow.
So let's see. Now that oh no, there's one right there. Wait, get back here, little bugger. Hold on. I have to try and focus the camera through the dirty glass here.
Yeah, I have that too now.
So, but yeah, no, this little tank's doing pretty well. Nope, there's some up here now.
Last time I saw your temporary tanks, it was in like those coffin tanks where you had like the black lining in it and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, so I still have those. So yeah, those are little free swimming hydroids right there in the center at the top of the water.
Wow.
Cool.
And they've been in here for a few weeks now, because the first time I saw one, I was like, what the heck is that? And then I scooped one out and put it under the microscope, and then I was like, I need to record this and put it on Instagram.
Don't you love that about this hobby? There's so much of what the heck is that?
Oh, like a spaghetti worm. The first time I saw that, I was like, what is this? And I was like, this does not look good. It definitely looks ominous, but it turns out it was actually a good cleanup crew. But anyways, at first I was like, there's some sort of alien in my tank, and I definitely didn't put it in there.
That's the same thing I thought when I first saw a spaghetti worm.
Those are the creepiest things, other than the arrow crab.
Yeah, so the rest of the tank, I'm sorry I didn't clean the glass tonight, but some of these chalices are starting to grow pretty good. My free care that was bleached and almost dead is coming back. There's a couple Monties that aren't happy, but like my one couple of my Favia's back there, like that one that's got the blue and the green, that thing was just brown and it's gotten color back, and then the spicy lemon's growing. But you know, this acro here, it's like a humus. This one's been starting to base out a little bit, and then I've just got a couple other ones back here, but they're not dead yet, which is a good thing. So
hey, baby steps, Brady.
But yeah, a few of the new things are going. I got an elegance back there. There's a piece of Gonapora back there, and they're all doing good. The bubbles are still hanging in. So, Cyphastreas are doing good. Some new Zoas are looking good. So whatever was going on in here, I think, is past. So now I'm just taking it slow. I'm not gonna dump a bunch of stuff in here. I just started kicking up the lights, but the overall system, whoops, sorry, system itself is doing pretty well. Everybody's doing good here. Well, I think skimmer's doing good. It's in need of a cleaning.
Mm-hmm. Oh, maybe
so dirty.
I just cleaned mine.
So what's the CO2 back there?
It's at 598 right now, so it's a little lower. Humidity is running 40%, so it's doing good. But if I stand here, it's already going up because it knows I'm near it breathing.
Yeah, that's right.
So, but then Refugium's doing good. I actually have some baby mollies in here. I don't think I'll see them, but and then the new Miss Stabby you can see there.
Yeah. Nice.
So, and then yeah, fish rooms. Oh wait. We got the squid in front of us. Someone gave it up. No, let him have it. It's like having children.
His little brother.
And now you're camera shy because you won't eat the squid in front of anybody. You embarrassed. But everybody's doing well back here, so no complaints. System's doing what it should be right now, and then the 100-gallon, my mantis is happy in here. This mantis is going to get moved to the 25, and then it's a good thing I'm in wide angle.
Wow.
And then the display.
Like, my fish room is definitely not a problem as yours.
So the top brace is now officially done. It's a huge job, but it's completed.
So how are you going to raise that up?
So it's actually sitting on pegs right now, but I think permanently, once I get all the waterproofing done, I'm going to make a rail or a wood beam that comes up and just holds it here.
Oh, okay.
And then the glass is going to attach 2 inches up it.
Right.
So, and then I got my cross braces. None of them are tension, so they're looking a little saggy there. And then I decided to plumb my return lines. So I thought they were going to hit one of the beams here, and I was going to have to do some cutting, but turns out I sloped it right, and I didn't have to do that.
Awesome.
Nice.
You're making great progress. It's so impressive you're doing this all by yourself.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm probably going to invest some help from my local reef club when it comes time for glass installation. But it's coming along good. I started sanding today and scraping off excess glue, and I got fiberglass resin and fiberglass coming this week to start doing some testing. And then I got something called wood flour, so I can make my own wood filler. So yeah, this whole thing's gonna turn into a giant tent this week once I get my sanding done.
So Alex, you revealed the amount of gallons. Like last time we were on the live stream, it was kind of a secret. So I've been following Instagram, but I haven't seen if you've revealed how many gallons it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's going to be 4,200 gallons.
Wow.
So
wow, awesome.
But now you can see that. And it was funny because I did a live stream with Andrew Sadler a few weeks ago, and when I was doing a pre-call with him, he's like, "Oh, it's going to be like a lagoon tank," and I'm like, I don't know if everyone would really consider this a lagoon. I mean, I guess.
I mean, compared to his,
compared to 17 gallons, it's like a 90, but not really. Like 1/4.
Like a lagoon is proportions, right? So when you look at mine, it's like 5 feet by 5 feet, but it's only 21 inches tall.
Yeah.
What's the scale? How long is that view like that we're looking at here?
All right. So let me sit inside a little bit. So from this post here, to the far corner post is 24 feet.
Wow. And water is going to be like where? Like all the way up or up to the first?
The water line's going to stop somewhere around here.
Okay.
So let me sit here in a chair. So basically when you sit in a chair, you're going to be about eye level with about the midpoint of the tank.
Wow.
That back section right there, that's your predator tank, right?
Yeah, the non-reef safe. So this L is 12 foot long front to back and 6 feet wide. So there'll be a divider there. And then this will be non-reef safe fish.
So what water flows through, but it's just the fish, the sharks are restrained from the
and here's the funny part. So I am considering sharks and rays. I'm not going to put them here, though. I'm going to put them in the reef safe section. Actually, angel triggers and puffers are bad tank mates for sharks and rays. So
if you get the aquascape low enough, you could probably snorkel up and down that thing. Like I would. Like I'm gonna book my tickets to Illinois. I'm gonna come and snorkel.
I think that I owe it to everybody out there to swim in it on a test fill. After it's aquascaped, I'll probably get in it every now and then, but I'm probably gonna try to avoid it.
One of the other things I'm learning about my tank is I'm not really enjoying the process of using a step ladder to be able to in the middle of the tank to put SBS on the back rocks, which is this place I have reserved for them, because I have to stand on the very top step of the step ladder, put one hand on the top rail, and use the other hand to reach out as far as I can over the tank. And the tank is like my head will touch the ceiling if I stand up. So that's how high up I am. So the tank is probably somewhere close to just above my knee level. So I'm not enjoying that. So I'm another reason to procrastinate is the anxiety over trying to get that stuff done. Yeah.
Cindy, weren't you having those little platforms installed? But I can't remember if that happened like with the confusion with like the build and that, because I remember you had those platforms installed that you could actually stand on to reach into your tank.
I love them and I use them all the time. Yeah, I do need a step stool to get up to them though, because they're higher than I wanted, but in the end I think that probably is a good thing because it gives me that extra 2 or 3 inches of height that allows me to reach that a little bit further into the tank. So there is that zone, which I expected there would be a zone right in the middle of the tank at the back that I would not be able to reach. And it's probably maybe 14 inches wide by about 2.5 or 3 feet long. So I just have to find ways to mount corals using tools where I can't get my hand. Or my husband, I mean, he's got a lot longer arms than I do. And he actually helped by putting the 2 F-flow colonies in place that I have.
How deep is that tank?
It's 21 inches, but it's 5 by 5, 60 by 60 inches footprint. So yeah.
I think your husband might be your best bet.
Yeah.
With the long arms. And then that way you can look from the side and let him know if that's the right. Because I always hate like trying to put a coral in there and then like look at it and be like, oh, is that going to look good from this angle or this angle? It's like, no, that's not exactly where I wanted it.
We've come up with a system where I'll put the glue on it and get it all ready, and I'll hand it to him and put it in the hand that he's going to use to put in the tank, and I'll put it in the orientation that I wanted in the tank, and it kind of works.
And how many times has he crazy glued his hands to the frag?
Not yet.
Don't we all do that?
I was a nanosecond
Almost
away
every
from
time.
gluing my fingers together the other day. And I learned that the best thing to do is, and I don't know why I wasn't wearing a glove. I think it was when I was preparing the tube to use the glue. You know how you have to poke a little hole in the top? I should have had a glove on and I didn't, and a little bit came out. And what I learned is if you make your fingers wet, you have a couple extra nanoseconds that they won't stick together. But yeah, it's that's probably it. All adds to my procrastination because I think about all that stuff and I just keep wanting not to do it.
But my problem was always the glob of glue that falls off and then it gets caught on your arm or your shirt, and you're like going somewhere doing something, and all of a sudden you're like, ow, what's that? And then you're like, ah.
Or the fish go and try and get it.
Yeah, I've had that happen too.
Yeah. Hey, Garrett.
I've seen those posts on the forums. My wrasse ate super glue and its mouth shut. What should I do?
Yeah, if you apparently if you wait, it does come off because of the natural slime or something, but I don't know. I think it was Fish of Hex who actually has a video about doing surgery to remove crazy glue from, I believe it's Big Bertha, who
I saw that one
on some, and he's got tweezers and he's pulling it out of her mouth. Yeah. What do we got in the comments here? Reefkeeper says, yes, it was a Jabo. He had to change the motor on. It was old. Casey Wagner. Hey, Casey. Came in late, was setting up a little sump earlier, got a deal on, not big enough for the hardware I have. Oh, my God. Got some amazing gifts and deals when our LFS shut down last month, which is unfortunate. Yeah. Sammy D. Oh, Sammy 31D. Garrett, what was that light again that you were saying?
Oh, it was the Relassi Bosley.
Right. Okay. Marcus Aurelus. Natural gas in Europe is a strange situation right now because of the war. They have liquefied natural gas products, so who knows how long it'll last because it was cut off. Yeah, if you guys remember Wayo Dan, Adrian Mitchell, he works at a liquefied natural gas facility in Trinidad, and he has to be away from his tank for 2 weeks at a time. Economical reefer. I find if you can color up high-end SPS without tech, you are a reefer. ATF in the house. Hey, Alan. Glad to see you here. Oh, Alan. Garrett left and came back. How does everyone on the panel dose calc if you do? That's a good question.
So I have a calc stirrer made by Avast Marine, and it's being fed RODI with a continuous KMOR, the pump that you would use for a calcium reactor.
Oh, the STP.
Yeah, the STP, something like that. I was gonna run. I actually have a calcium reactor set up already, but the demand is so low, and my pH issues are not great. So I'm repurposing it for now to run. Oh, hey, yeah, that's the same one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same reactor. Well, actually, mine is smaller. I think mine is the K1, and I actually have.
Yeah, I got a K2, and then I just use a dose, and then I dose every hour, and then as the lights ramp down every hour, it starts dosing more through the night, and then it goes back to a normal level. So hopefully it'll start needing more soon.
And
So
if you want to see my
dose,
setup, I actually just published like a video today about what my
Yeah.
sump looks like, so you could go check it out on the BioReef. But yeah, I built an elbow. So you see that your line coming from the output line, Alex. I just put no, actually the gravity line where the water flows up. I just put like a little piece of vinyl, and then I put a 90-degree elbow, and then it's kind of comes down.
Okay.
So it's a little. I actually physically have it sitting in my sump, so it just kind of drips down.
That was the only problem I had with this when I got it, is I had a little bit of leaking on the fitting here, and I had the silicone up. But I almost thought too, if I was ever going to dose like a higher concentration, not a slurry per se. I know I made one up for O when he was here for Reefapalooza Chicago, but I was going to attach like a acrylic fin to the stirring rod, just so that it would just stir up. Because you see how you got like a level right here, is to try and just get that to go up a little bit higher, so you get just a little higher concentration.
Yeah, I have the same like, I guess, I don't want to say like a design flaw, but the only thing that's stirring is a small little bar, and it stirs at a very kind of gradual rate that it doesn't put a lot of the sediment in suspension. So actually your idea, like if you could get the physics on that, it might actually like a propeller where it just kind of shoots the stuff up. Then that might work really well. I wonder whether I could like 3D print something and just attach it.
Oh yeah, you could, because basically my initial thought was just make a square fin and zip tie it to that, and then it's just going to create a little bit more force, because you don't need a lot to get that to lift. It's just figuring out how do you get it to lift the right amount without suspending the whole thing.
Right. On it.
Is it the angle of the vanes on the propeller, or is it just a flat bar?
I mean, I was gonna start off with just a flat bar, because I mean, think about when you stir something with like a spoon or something. You don't need to get a lot of motion going to stir this up, because it's so, it doesn't take a lot to get it suspended up. It's just getting it right so it doesn't suspend everything. Just a little bit more is all I would look at to start.
Although if you could get the right angles, like make it like a propeller instead of a flat piece, I think there's a potential to actually like get more, drive more of the.
Yeah, if you reverse the propeller to pull the water up, then you could get that.
All right, I'm gonna go play around with my CAD tonight. Thanks for that idea, Alex. I think that would that has the potential to like improve a lot the sedimentation.
Just remember to get a patent before you show it to anybody, right?
It's funny you say that, because I talked with Reefing with O today, and he called me real quick at Reefapalooza, and he's like, "Hey, someone's selling that skimmer neck insert that you made for your skimmer." I'm like, he's like, "You should have patented that." I'm like, I like the idea, but I mean, how much money are you gonna make off of that, and
Exactly.
what would it cost to even defend it? But he's like, "I just can't believe I saw that," and I'm like, not surprised.
I'm still waiting for CChem to come up with something more elegant as a fix for the Aquavitro division skimmer, replacing the sock. Because I've just got those two little jankety baskets hanging there. And let me tell you, that works, because those filter pads in there are really dirty when I swap them out. So when you think about it, that's crud that's coming out of the water instead of going into the water. Anyway. Oh, Casey Wagner, if there's any viewers on PEI, I've got a ton of Kenya tree frags to get rid of. Free to a good home. All right. Contact Casey Wagner. Mr. Nitrate. I don't understand why people are afraid of a high alk like 10 to 12. I'm kind of new to the hobby. Don't totally understand alk like others might, but I know it will raise your pH. Well, I can tell you why I'm afraid of high alk. It's because you've got nowhere to go except out of the danger zone if something happens and you end up with extra. And I would rather dose. That's why I have a salt, Tropic Marin, that actually has low alk, because I would much prefer to dose up to the levels that I want to have in control in my system. If it's too high for comfort already and something happens, like you get so your doser goes wonky and you get an alk dump, there's nowhere to go to stay safe. And so that's kind of always been my philosophy of it, is to stay within a range that's safe. Because if you're too close to either end and something bad happens, you've got nowhere to go. But I know a lot of people run it successfully, and I suspect they have other things to kind of mitigate what might happen if it goes too high. And they also have a good handle on what the balance needs to be between alk and all the other stuff. Whereas I don't have that level of knowledge yet. So I'm just playing it safe, basically. Yeah, what do you run, Amro?
Yeah, I like to stick around 8.5. When I started, with the Red Sea Reefer 250, I bought. I was using Red Sea reagents, and it came with a little book, and it was like, for SPS, you want to keep your alk at like 11. And I not knowing any better, I tried to do that, and then just my SPS were not really happy. So it's hard to tell, because I was also just starting. So the SPS could have been crappy for many reasons, including my kind of inexperience and not just alkalinity. But just talking to the SPS guys, the consensus is around 8, 7, 8. Lots of people report seeing like burn tips above 9 if some of the other other molecules are not balanced. Phil will probably like. I'm curious to see, Phil, what you keep your alk at, but.
And I think the other thing that we forget is if fast growth is the objective, it's one thing to have alk, calcium, magnesium, those things jacked. You got to remember to provide the nutrients that the coral needs to build the skin. Because if it starts growing its skeleton out of its skin, that's not good for it either. So it's also a nutrient thing, and it has to be the right kind of nutrients. And how do you get that? Who did we just lose? Oh, Taryn. And I mean, how do you get the right nutrients? I think the jury's still out on exactly what. Like, some people love coral food. Other people say you don't need it. Other people say, certain levels of phosphates are required. Others say, no, they can be lower as long as you do this. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of those unknowns and contentious sort of, nobody really knows yet. And in this hobby, you could have exactly the right sweet spot for your tank, but that doesn't mean it would apply to somebody else, right?
And I think, like, if you're gonna try to push the limits, the extremes, I think it helps to have experience, because I think you probably could pull off like a crazy like 10 DKH or 11 DKH. You just have to know what the entire picture looks like.
Yeah.
But I think if you're kind of just starting, then maybe stick with the parameters that are usually usually seen usually to success. I see Phil wrote 7.8 to 8 DKH, and like, I'm not sure if you've checked out Phil Reefkeepers Instagram. It's just like,
I love that tank.
Like frag porn. It's like I feel like naughty watching it. I'm like, man, this guy's amazing. So do what Phil does.
Yeah, exactly.
I think too is that the one challenge of this hobby is, and I think we're starting to get, like, even in the last couple of years, like, the discussion of pH has become such a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
And all the people that I've been listening to that run real high pH, a good chunk of them have all said, when you start raising the pH and getting it high, they get a really large alkalinity spike out of it, because everything is contained in the rocks and bound up, is starting to release. And that kind of your point, ReefGrrl, on not having a buffer zone. I mean, it can go that high, but then at the same time too, it's, how are those other nutrients and your pH all interacting? Because I think the challenge has always been, you could have two people do the exact same thing, and one has got the best looking tank in the world, and the other is a complete and total failure.
Yeah.
And it's just too many variables. Is the hard thing between bacteria and little nutrients and everything else, that it's just so hard to just be definitive and say, yes, do this and you'll be successful 100% of the time.
Yeah. I mean, I think the biggest chance of success is moderation. Because once you understand what you're doing, when you're practicing moderation, and by that I mean aiming for natural seawater levels as much as you can, because we know that's where these things live and where they obviously grow. So if you can aim for those levels, then you can start looking at the interactions of everything, because there are things in natural seawater we can't provide yet. For example, the recent talk of bacteria and the role that bacteria play in coral nutrition. We just don't know that yet. And I know there are companies that are taking steps towards understanding that and coming out with products that will help us do that. But nobody really knows yet. So you just have to take it in baby steps. And I just keep in the back of my head that whole thing about, you can do something today and you won't see the effect of it for 3 weeks on your corals. So it's so gradual. And unless you're a detail-oriented person, you might not even notice. So, So Taryn, you've got how many clownfish have you got now?
I have 7 pairs that I have in separate tanks or divided. And then I have a harem of, I think I have 10 in there now. So I have a lot, but I'm super excited because I have a pair that's spawning.
Nice.
And it was my first ever saltwater fish, my black Darwin. So they had a clutch a couple weeks ago. I think I spooked them because I was trying to take a picture to see like if they had eyes or not, or when I'm going to move them, because I have a hatch tank set up. So, but they've laid another clutch and they're on, I think, about day 5 now. So I'll move them about day 8. But I have hundreds of eggs right now. So, and I have 3 rotifer cultures going. So this spawn will be better because the first spawn, I was actually away in Toronto. And I came home and they had laid, and I was like, oh, so excited, but I wasn't fully prepared. So I was like on the hunt for rotifers, and rotifers are actually kind of hard to find right now. But I did find a couple sources. So I have 3 cultures going now and they're all doing well. So I feel prepared for this clutch. So yeah, I've got hundreds of eggs and hopefully I can keep them alive, and kind of, it's my first experience with them. I got 7 pairs now. I have 3 pairs that are close. I have 2 other pairs that I think are close to spawning. A couple others are juvenile, and then my harem and my 90, they're juvenile, so they won't be. But I have a couple other pairs of designers that I think are close to. But my black Darwins are definitely laying, and hopefully they'll lay another clutch. So usually once they lay every 2 weeks ish. So
yeah, that was my experience with mine.
Oh yeah, because you had a pair of black Darwins. You have a pair of black Darwins now too, again, right?
I do. One is a half and half, which it hasn't lost its orange face.
Okay.
And the other one is an extreme misbar. It's mostly black. The little guy, the fella. But the other day I put the pipette in there. They're starting just to push sand around in the front corner. And I put the pipette in there to blow some sand off one of the maize brains. And the female clown started attacking it. So I think they're getting pretty close to laying eggs. And I'm hoping that they do it in the front corner on the glass, just because it's easy to see and they can protect it. I would rather they didn't do it on the base of a coral somewhere.
If you throw a terracotta pot in there, they'll probably lay in there. I don't know if you're like equipped to raise them or want to raise them. Like, it's a pretty big ordeal with raising the rotifers and everything else that's involved with it. But for me,
Okay.
it's part fun.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, this is it. If I was equipped to do that, I would. I've been continuing with the baby brine shrimp because I have that little tiny coral beauty angel that has probably doubled in size, and it's going to be going in the big tank soon. But yeah, the whole raising them, I was never really prepared for that, so I never really did it. But I'll tell you who's doing it. I don't know if you've run into on YouTube is Average Reef.
No.
He's the guy that lives on St. Joseph's Island, up at the top near the top of Superior, near the Soo.
Oh, okay, in Ontario.
Yep.
Oh.
And his YouTube channel is Average Reef, and he's been working on clownfish breeding. So it's pretty interesting. There's a whole series of videos on the progress.
Oh, that's amazing. I'm going to check him out. I have a couple of friends in the GTA and then a couple in the US that I've kind of been like shooting off questions to, because obviously it's a learning curve. They laid a clutch a couple weeks ago, but they end up eating the eggs. But I think because I was like bothering them, I was like looking like, can I see the eyes in that?
Yeah.
But yeah, so Average Reef, I'm going to definitely follow.
Average Reef. Yeah.
So that would be awesome. But yeah, I ended up getting a couple cultures of rotifers going, and have some phyto, so I'm pretty prepared. But obviously it's a huge learning curve, and it's just I'm doing it for fun. It's my first ever saltwater fish, but I do have a couple pairs of designers that are mature pairs that are getting close, and then my other 5 pairs are more juvenile. But yeah, I'm super excited about it.
It is fun. And rotifers, from what I've read, it can be really tricky to get a successful culture.
Yeah, so I got a couple rotifers from a friend in the GTA, and I got some from Brad at Core Reef Shop, and I actually met the guys from Cultured by Science. They work out of University of Guelph, so they kind of coached me on what to do and how often to change out the water and stuff. So I have 3 cultures going right now, just in case one crashes, but hopefully not. And then I have TDO too. So once they get onto that, I haven't done the baby brine shrimp, but that would be the next step for me. But
the baby brine shrimp is really easy. The big trick with them is trying to harvest in like 22 or 23 hours instead of 24 or 25, because you get much better nutrition value out of them while they still have a little bit of their yolk sac attached. Whereas if you wait the 24 hours and then it takes like, 10, 15, 20 minutes to get them all harvested, it can make a difference in the nutrition value of them.
Yeah, I read that. And I read that it had something to do with like if they were too old when you fed them to clownfish fry, that it could cause like a bloating issue or something as well. But I haven't even researched like where to. I'm sure I could get the eggs or whatever from.
Big Al's.
Eggs are easy to get, and don't you know the brine shrimp eggs last 2,000 years? Did you know that?
No, I literally didn't. I'm kind of doing this like on a whim because I've been waiting for years for my fish to lay. But I'm like, oh, I'm not going to start rotifers. I'm not going to start anything until they actually start spawning, because I've obviously been into clownfish for a few years, and I was like, oh, when it's going to happen, it's going to happen, right? Like I'm just doing it for fun, just because I love the hobby. It's not like it's a money-making thing for me. So when I came back from Toronto, I was actually going to see Justin Bieber, but then he canceled his concert due to sort of health issue. But when I came home and then I noticed that my Darwins had laid, and I was like, what? Maybe because I left them for a couple days and was looking at them.
Really got some privacy.
Right? I know, I'm always like looking at my tanks, got my hands in my tanks, and so I was kind of shocked about that. But I think I have 2 other pairs kind of closed. Definitely my like Onyx Picassos. I think we chatted about it before. They were like knocking these giant turbo snails. Like if they even came near their pot, they're like knocking them off the glass. I was like,
we used to do that too. They would peel the turbo snail. Well, I don't know if you remember how huge my turbo snails were in the Red Sea tank, the size of hamsters. And this little clownfish would feed on it until it fell right off the glass.
I know. I thought like that was crazy when I saw that. I was like, okay, they're getting pretty territorial. So maybe they're going to spawn soon. So the Darwins are going to be an experiment for me. And then hopefully once some of my designer pairs lay, I'll be more successful. But we'll see. I'm just doing it for fun. And hopefully, you know, I get some nice fish out of it.
Yeah. Casey Wagner says, my little clowns have spawned a couple times, but the cultures I ordered were DOA. Unfortunate. And Marcus Arelis says, get 2 tanks when they lay eggs, remove the rock to the other with aeration. And I found the secret for brine shrimp. Oh, I don't know what that is.
Ooh.
Casey says, isn't the lake that's the prime source of brine shrimp in North America dropping fast, like Lake Mead? I always thought, I don't know really where that source is. Great Salt Lake. Match the springtime parameters. Oh, well, I'm gonna have to look into that. And it's 9:34, and I need to do it with a giveaway.
Ooh.
So I don't know if everybody forgot about it like I just did, but
I definitely did. I'm so excited about the live stream.
Yeah. Here's the acclimation box. It's a 6x6x12. Right? So I don't know if you guys who are actually in the studio have access to where you can make a comment, but we have 22 watching. Oh, now it's up to 25. And I have the tool ready to go. So what I need to do is share my screen, and I hope I can do it properly, but give you guys a few minutes. Let me just get this ready. Where is it? There it is. So I have launched the tool, and what you need to do is put #fishy in the comments to enter. So let me create a banner here. #fishy, FISHY. Show. Okay. So if you put #fishy in the comments, then the tool right now is collecting all of those things.
Can we also enter, or is that?
You can, but I think you need to go into the public chat. Okay. I'm not sure how you do that from where you are. If you want to leave the studio and do that and then come back, that would be fine. We can do that. That might be the easiest to do.
No, I think, yeah, I figured it out.
Okay.
I can do the private chat, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if it picks it up from private chat.
Well, on the topic of brine shrimp, there is this really awesome thing from Amazon. It's like a little tower, and it's got an airline going through it and a knob and so on. So it makes like raising you just drop a little bit of eggs and you harvest them 24 hours later or 22 hours later, and you could like run it continuously. It's pretty easy, and you don't have to like worry about making your own little conical or whatever you need to make to be able to kind of raise them.
I'm going into destruction mode over here to bring you my brine shrimp thing. Here, let me take the lid off. It's like a brine shrimp blender. This thing, you probably can't see it very well. And it's got a little valve at the bottom. It's just a fancy thing, but it works really well and it's easy.
I'll put the link of the one that I used, and I can't put the link. Anyway, it's from Amazon. Put like aquarium hatchery brine shrimp. And it's a small little conical tube.
Yep.
That doesn't take a lot of space and really easy to harvest. Everything's gonna build in. So check it out. I found that it made my life a lot easier when I was trying to quarantine a leopard wrasse that wouldn't eat anything. So I had to like continuously raise brine shrimp for the period of quarantine, which was about, if I remember correctly, like 35 days total.
Wow.
So it's just like every day continuous brine shrimp.
Well, because you can't really keep them. Apparently, you can freeze them, but I don't know whether their nutritional value disappears even if you harvest them at 22 or 23 hours.
She wouldn't eat anything unless it was moving. So
Oh boy, yeah.
So just on Amazon, Amro?
Yeah, so I have the link. I don't know why I can't share it, but okay, it's called Brine Shrimp Egg Incubator, 380 ml plastic aquarium, Artemia egg hatchery kit, fish tank shrimp breeding hatcher. That's the entire title. It's really weird.
They're covering every single word that anyone would ever search.
Yeah, Google that, and it's the same one that I bought. It's very small. It's compact. Yeah, I'm sure there's probably way more kind of efficient do-it-yourself apparatus that you could make, and Alex has a fancy one here. It seems like, but
I found it. I was searching through boxes.
Yeah.
Does it come with the eggs?
Oh, that's cool. Sorry.
You essentially what you do is you just sprinkle a little bit of eggs on the top.
Yeah. It comes with them though, or no?
Sorry, what was that?
Does it come with them or no?
I don't think it came with them. It was just a kit. But you could. Are you near a Big Al's?
No. Well, about an hour away in Hamilton is my closest one, but I'm sure I could easily go there.
Well, let me just see if. Yeah. It seems like you could actually buy the eggs on Amazon as well.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Diacanthus Reef. Glad you can make it. And we have Calypsos Reefs. Hector, I don't know if I said hi to you. I did see you earlier. Glad you could make it. Anybody that I did not say hi to, I apologize. We were deep in conversation.
Hi, Hector.
Maximus 56789. Hello. Oh, by the way, the hashtag fishy, it only counts one. So you can type it many times, but you still only get one entry. And when it comes time for the draw, I will see. It says we have 11 entries, and I count more than that when I look in the chat. So maybe I'm seeing doubles. Yeah.
Alex, are you sure that's for brine shrimp? It looks like you could do some serious drugs with it as well.
Probably.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the assessment I would make, but this is an old school brine hatchery. I can't remember. Maybe Kent Marine makes this thing or used to. But basically, what you do is you'd hang it onto your tank. I think it used to have some suction cups or something. I have to look. But what you do is you put it on there and you just dump the eggs up top here, and then there's like a little tiny slit here, and you just have an air pump going. And what would happen is, because it's kind of this brown plastic, but it's got a light clear plastic here, and the idea is that the brine shrimp hatch, you get all the capsules caught up top, but as they hatch, they move down the chamber, and then they get sucked out by the air bubbler, and then they go for the light, so they'll go out the top, and it's kind of like a little automatic baby brine feeder.
That is really clever, because the thing that I have doesn't do any of that. You can just open the valve at the bottom and decant what's in there. And of course, the shells float, so you stop before you get to the floating layer of shells. But there are always still a few within the hatch that you got to be careful of. Yeah, it's just fun. I don't know.
Yeah, it's been forever since I used this thing, but it worked pretty good. So
nice. Maximus, I use the BRS one and I collect every day. It lasts like 4 to 5 days. Oh, interesting.
Fun and stressful. That's this hobby in a nutshell. There's fun days and there's stressful days, and mostly in the same day.
Oh, and while you're buying this, pick some of that green powder,
spirulina.
Yeah, because you need to add a little bit of that to feed the brine shrimp. So that way you boost their nutritional value a little bit.
And Two Little Fishies has a product called Phytoplan, and it's the same thing. It's like a really fine powder. When I was breeding the mollies, I used to mix the Phytoplan with Hikari First Bites, just in tank water, new salt water, not in tank water, new salt water, so that it wouldn't degrade. And I would just shake it up and just squeeze it in with a little squeeze bottle, and they just gobbled that stuff down.
Perfect. Thank you.
So much fun. Okay, so what do you think, guys? We got 28 people now. Have we waited long enough to do the draw? Anyone who's just dropped in?
Did everyone enter?
I don't think everyone entered. There's 28 people watching, but then there's usually a certain number of people in the chat and people that are just watching. But I don't want anyone to miss out. So I'll show you the draw, and I don't know how I can check other than it's telling me there's been 11 people, 11 entries.
I think Calypso made a typo. His said FISHCY by accident.
Oh, okay. So Hector, you want to try again? FISHY? Because I'm assuming it's.
That's the only one I kind of noticed, but.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and some people might not want it. Well, because the thing is that, I mean, that's kind of rule number one of my draws. Please don't enter unless you really want to win, because if you win and then you never send me your shipping address, then I got to do this all over again, which is not a bad thing, but it's not really for everybody who, came here for it. I have shipped stuff out that, hasn't ended up getting to the person. That has happened too. And I have had people win stuff and never bothered to follow up and, get the information. So
I won a draw that got me on tank number 2, and now I'm on tank number 6. So thank you.
Oh, man, my fault. Or all of our fault. Oh, Amro put the link in the private chat. Let me see.
Thank you, Amro. Do you have Instagram, Amro?
I do. I don't use it, but
oh, okay.
I do. Yeah, it's the same as my YouTube channel. So if you go to my YouTube channel, and I think there's a whole bunch of links.
Is it BioReef?
It's also it's okay. Also like the same as Facebook as well.
Oh, okay, awesome.
Yeah.
All right, it's 9:45 if I'm reading that right, 46. So what I'll do is I will go to share screen and see if I can do this right, because I had a heck of a time when I was testing this to try and get it to work. Let's share. Okay, you guys see it?
Yep.
It's a big screen that says fishy. There we go.
It, yeah.
Okay, let me take that banner away. Man, I got way too many banners here. Okay. All right. So, everybody ready? It says, oh, maybe there's 13 now. It's really tiny. Let's go full screen. There. All right.
This is so exciting. I've
I know.
never been a draw before.
just you wait. Here we go. Oh, I guess I got to go to the real screen to actually click the button. Okay.
Wow, look at that.
Cool, eh? Winner, NSB Reefs.
Yay, congrats.
Yay.
Congratulations.
All right, so NSB Reefs, if you can send me your shipping details, as I said in my video, the shipping's on me. It's anywhere in the world.
Wow.
I don't do these giveaways like they do in the US, where it's US only. That really bugs me.
It's because you're Canadian. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
We're always
I really hope their address isn't the International Space Station. That shipping is going to be expensive.
It's going to be like New Zealand.
So there's the email address, reefgrrl@gmail.com. I don't know what the most expensive shipping is that I've ever had. Here, I'll put it down in the comments too.
Was it $100 billion?
$100 billion?
Dr. Evil laugh.
Yeah, $1 million.
$100 million.
Yes.
What number?
Right.
I got my Mac keyboard here, and I can't see where the @ symbol is. Anybody know offhand?
The @ symbol is Shift 2.
Shift 2? Okay. Shift 2?
Did it work?
Shift 2. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I didn't learn on a Mac, so I'm email.com. Okay. Yeah, I may have to change my mind, or although I don't know who has a reef tank on the International Space Station, so I think I'm pretty safe when it comes to that. I think
someone might have like a Fluval Evo or something. You never know.
Yeah. I wonder, can you imagine a fish tank in zero gravity? Wow.
Well, if your fish died, they'd still be swimming, right?
Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
Ghouls, congrats, was gone for a bit. What did you win? This thing right here. So like this is like a $60 or $70 thing.
Wow.
And it's from Reefing Art. And let me tell you the customer service story. I've been listening to Reef Therapy, who is Jake Adams and Mark Mecklenburg, I think. And they were talking a lot, and I think Phil also, Reefkeeper, about peacemakers. And I went, what the heck's a peacemaker? Well, it's an acclimation box. And because I have to move fish from downstairs to upstairs, and I was doing it in stages, I decided that it was a good idea because these fish were coming from Mollywood, from the 100-gallon section of my sump, from the 150. By the way, there's still a foxface, a Tomini tang, and a blenny in the 150 that I have to catch. And then bring up here. Those are the last, well, no, and the angelfish. So I thought, I need to get me one of them. So I ordered one from Reefing Art, and I discovered that it's cheaper to get it in Canada from Amazon than it is on their website because the shipping is different. The shipping is cheaper on Amazon than it is on the Reefing Art website. So I ordered it from Amazon, and it was in transit for, man, I don't even know, like 2 weeks or something, and it didn't move. The tracking did not change at all in probably over 2 weeks. So I got in touch with them and I said, can you check into this and make sure it isn't lost? Because it's odd that the tracking wouldn't update. Because usually if it doesn't move anywhere, the date on the tracking will still update even though it hasn't done anything. So the next thing I know, like probably 2 days after that, I get the fish acclimation thing. And I thought, oh man, this is cool. They must just not be updating it. Well, the next day I got another one. And it turned out that when I contacted them, they just put one in the mail for me. And I thought, when I got the second one, I went, oh my God, like, and I contacted them and they said, yeah, we just sent it out to you because chances are good it was lost. So I suggested to them that I can ship it back to them, or I can pay them for it, even though I don't need to, or I can do a giveaway. And so they were quite happy with the idea of doing a giveaway. So Reefing Art, I have several of their frag racks, the different styles, the magnetic ones and the one that looks like a ladder, which is really cool and a lot of capacity. And I've had those things for a couple of years, and I've always been very happy with how they work. So except the one with the single magnet, the small one, you have to hold on to the rack as you're moving it inside the tank when you pull on the magnet, because otherwise it rotates. So I don't know what that is, but it's annoying, I admit. But anyway.
Cindy, is it possible for you to kind of check to see what's the glass thickness for the magnets? I'm really curious about that because I use them for wrasses all the time, but my old one doesn't fit underneath the lid for my new tank. So I either have to use it and not have the lid and risk carpet surfing, or not use it, which is not ideal.
Well, this has a Eurobrace on it, And I did put on in one of my updates, or maybe a couple of my updates, it does show it in this tank. This is 1/2-inch glass, and it was no problem. It was secure. Yeah, and I was wondering about that too with the magnets, but it was no problem at all. I'm trying to think how many there are. Yep, there's just the 2 of them. I don't know if you can see.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
And the only thing I saw in reviews that people didn't like is that there's no latch on the lid, but it didn't matter. I just put a small rock. I mean, unless you got a real wild fish that's going to keep, bumping the lid to try and get out. I just put a small rock on to keep it in place because it was in the flow from the gyres. It also has, excuse me, openings in the lid where I'm going to point to the screen so you can see it right. Where is it? See here?
Yeah.
There's an opening there, and then there's another opening there that are maybe just over 1/2 inch, and it's intended for feeding. But my royal grandma got out through that opening, so that was a lesson learned. So the next time I just put little rocks over top of those openings as well. So almost Canadian. I use Sammy 31D. I use the Reefing Art NEM box in my store. Cool. I use an old beta fish tank because I'm cheap. Hey, whatever works, right? Marcus Aerolus. I imagine there'd be some weird shaped irregular growth in 0 gravity. Yeah, Phil says Reefing Art customer service was A++ for me. I accidentally snapped the hinges. They sent me new ones. I just paid the shipping, which was like $3. Yeah. I first heard about them on in a video from Billy Pipes, and he was showing the frag racks. And so I looked into it, and I really like the price was right, because you know how expensive those things can get, especially in Canada, Amro? Like, I don't know if you've ever looked into those acrylic frag racks, but they're stupid expensive, like $60, $70 for just the little ones. And the Reefing Art ones are way, way more, way better priced.
Mine was handmade by a reefer in Newmarket. And we have I think the Greater Toronto area has a pretty friendly reefing community. So when I first got into RASIS, I went on the forum like this. Did anybody lend me an acclimation box? And I lent it, and he never asked for it. I used it for a year, and then I remembered. I'm like, oh, I still have your acclimation box. Can I just buy it off of you? And then it's like, oh, don't worry about it. So it was like really awesome. But he had made it himself. It's kind of all warped.
Yeah.
But it hangs. It's like a hang on the back type deal. It's got a little bracket. So I've been trying to find one. Actually, I found them on Amazon. I think I might just pull the trigger.
Well, he has a couple.
Add to cart.
You could always 3D print a box.
It's true. Yeah, he has a couple different sizes, and I went for the biggest one because, quite honestly, I only have half a clue how big my magnificent fox face is. I'm pretty sure he's about 8 inches long. So, I'm not looking forward to trying to catch him, although I do have a fish trap, and I've had good success before with it. But B, putting him in an acclimation box. See, I'm kind of half thinking I might not have to because of the kind of fish that he is. I can't see the Desjardins and the purple and the yellow going after him because they're too busy chasing each other around. So yeah.
And I think with the poisonous kind of spines, I don't see him kind of getting hassled, and especially if he's 8 inches. Although it's always better safe than sorry.
Yeah, fox. Yeah, they usually will stand their ground pretty hard, and they'll bow their head and put their spines up, no problem. But the other thing is too about fox face is that they're so they can be very skittish, and a lot of times when you first add them into the tank, they want to hide so much. And that's kind of one of those things sometimes when I look at acclimation boxes with it, if it's all clear and you don't have good cover, I think some fish, it could be a little more stressful for them than getting into something. But I would say a big fish like that, I'd feed the fish and distract them. And your tank's big enough now, you could dump them on the other side and they might be like, wait, who are you?
Well, and the thing is, when I built these rocks, I built them with big fish in mind, because that cave at the back that's holding the fox coral, there's like 10 inches clear below the rock, and it's kind of closed in. And the caves on either side of it are only about maybe 2 inches lower than that. So when you look at the back, there are all kinds of arches made by these structures, and they're not little. When I first built it, I started looking at it and I thought, I don't know, like part of this is going to be under the sand, even if it's only an inch. And so I went back, changed the rock, changed everything to raise it up as high as I was comfortable with, because I knew that I'd have coral on top and I had to leave space for it to grow. And so I'm really confident that he'll find any number of caves that he can hide in. Oh, look at your kitty. Is he complaining? That's hilarious.
She wants to eat my tank. I'm pretty certain that like she's plotting a plan to eat my yellow tank. She loves the yellow tank. She like paces, pounces.
Oh yeah, Reefkeeper. The hardest part of the assembly of the acclimation box was removing the protective coating. Took a long time. Yeah, isn't that just the way with acrylic? Even a small piece of acrylic is freaking expensive in Canada. I was going to buy a sheet, get a friend to laser cut it. It was just cheaper to buy a rack. Yeah, I can see that.
I'm not looking forward to the one acrylic purchase I need for my divider. So,
how big is that going to be? Like 6 feet by 4?
6 feet by about 3, just under 3. But I'm probably just going to use like 1/4 inch or something.
I was going to say the gauge of it is what's going to.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be ultra thick. And then I'm still not 100% sure if I'm going to do both acrylic or if I'm going to do one divider acrylic and then the second, because it's going to be a double divider as a protective measure.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm going to do egg crate for the second one or if I'm just going to do both in acrylic.
The only thing I would say about egg crate is how it's going to look after a while, because it's going to grow algae. And I mean, maybe if you could get sheets of the black stuff big enough, that's better than the white.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of like one side of it's going to be kind of hidden because let me flip the camera. I'll just flip the phone because it's, I got the column here and it's probably going to be more in this section here. So it's going to be a little bit hidden.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I'll be able to see it from this side a bit, but this will all probably be just covered up.
Murder floof.
Why don't you use like a dark glass like panel that you could like scrape algae off of with like some slits for water flow? Yeah,
I gotta have a real kind of cheese board look to it though. Like it has to almost be like egg crate size holes or basically just 1/4 inch saw blades doing slits, because the only problem with glass too is that it can break when you start cutting it that fine.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely want to use something, because the other piece is too is that I want 2 of them for redundancy, but I also want to be able to perform maintenance so that I can pull it out and do a cleaning on it periodically. So, but I'll get, once I get all my waterproofing done and I get a little further down the road, like I might not even mess with that until I get the glass in. So,
yeah. Well, by then you'll be able to make a decision because you'll have exact dimensions too.
Yeah, and I think what I'm going to do is I have my old glass cross braces that are those 4-inch by 3/4-inch pieces of glass. And I think I'm going to probably put them on the bottom and RTV them down so that it's got a barrier that the or a slot or a notch that the dividers can go into so that the water flow doesn't get interrupted, because the returns are both going to come in here. So all the water for the system is going to get dumped in here from the return. So it has to be able to get through that without any large impedance.
Yeah. I remember when we first set up the sump system, we felt it would be fine to have strainers on the drains. But nothing we did, even turning the pump up to its highest, nothing we did, or down to its lowest, would allow the water to travel through there. We couldn't believe how much they got in the way of the flow.
Yeah.
So that's why we cut large square holes in the bottom, the part that was under the water. And all I could do was hope that the blenny never found his way in there. And it didn't, so that was fine. But now we don't have anything on those drains anymore, because with the force of this water dropping down 8 feet and then traveling through, we actually, the saber-tooth overflow on the shallow 50 actually has water draining out of it. So the water level is up like maybe 1/4 of an inch. And that's how much more water is coming through. So we had to take the strainers right off because it just didn't flow. So we do actually have, Keith made an egg crate hang on side just to sit over top of those openings. And so far it's been okay.
And that's one of the reasons I kind of look at the egg crate too a bit, is because that will allow significantly more water flow through. And the amount of water flow that's going to be taking place in this section of the tank is going to be kind of insane.
Yeah.
Because I have some crazy ideas for flow. Some crazy DIY stuff I'm planning here, and or even if I go commercial stuff, it's like, I don't want the water flow to hit something here that's kind of like a barrier, because it might be enough to blow it away.
Yeah. Or for the water, or you'll end up with a wave breaking.
So no surge devices, eh?
All right. So I've really been, I love what Long Island was doing with theirs. And I kind of said, well, I'll kind of put it to bed. I thought maybe I could do a tall tank in my fish room and get the gravity, but I don't think it would be enough to really get what I need. But I just saw Mr. Saltwater Tank went to ORA in Florida. And if you haven't seen that video where they go through the coral farm, it was very interesting, because he goes, yeah, what's up with the garbage cans on the end of each tank? And they go, oh, we don't have flow pumps that are all surge devices.
Mm-hmm.
So I do have an option to get some gravity and have that. And I've already kind of decided that it's a high possibility, but that window there kind of leads outside.
There you go.
Yep.
And the ground levels, up here, and if I put, 100 or 200 gallon tank up there, I could dump that all the way through here and then surge it into the tank. Mm-hmm. That's a possibility. So,
because you got lots of room for plumbing up in your canopy to run it back.
Well, and the window is more than likely going to have, there's a good chance there'll be some ventilation through it anyways. So, it's not like it's not going to be potentially having a spacer in it anyways.
Yeah. So
that's a possibility. The other crazy one that I'm thinking about is, so if you remember my Reflow hammerhead, right?
Yep.
So I have this crazy thought of taking a Reflow hammerhead, because I have 2 of them that I'm have no plans for, and pulling the volute off and making a fiberglass shaft and putting like a small boat propeller on it and a volute, and basically stick it in like a inboard outboard motor for a boat to where it's like angled into the water with a long propeller shaft.
Fish shredder.
I feel that that's probably going to be that's probably going to generate a very significant amount of water flow.
Yeah.
Because it's a 400-watt AC motor. The only thing you wouldn't get out of that, just because of the nature of something like that, is you're just going to get a constant flow. But that could also be something that maybe you turn it on every hour or something for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Or who knows? Maybe I put the thing on and then I use other pumps to make the randomization of the flow.
Yeah. Well, the thing that I found is you can take laminar flow and turn it into chaotic flow by pushing chaotic flow at it. And that's what the theory was I had in my Red Sea tank. And even in this tank, you can't believe, well, you've seen the long tentacle plate coral. That thing's kind of on one half in the middle, kind of in the middle of the tank on the bottom. And it's just like all over the place. There's nothing aimed at it. It's only what the water does, because I've got the random flow generator nozzles, and I have the 2 gyres, and I have one Jabo SLW30 in the middle, kind of aimed up, and they're all on different pulses, and it's working. So you can take any of that laminar flow and just interrupt it, and it works really well.
And I'd add on too is like, okay, I make that big propeller thing, and obviously there'll have to be a large cage around it. I'll have to 3D print or manufacture, but yeah, I could also stick an RFG on the end of that too.
Yeah, yep.
Because it would have enough water pull on it. I'd probably put some other kind of adductor on it too to make mass flow. But yeah, I got crazy ideas, so.
Mad scientist. We need T-shirts. Mad Scientist Reef Keeping Club.
I think if I get my first one I'm making is going to be called Crazy Basement Guy.
Yeah, that's right.
But that's the thing is, like, I don't have a 3D printer yet. I purposely not purchased one just because I got to do other things.
Yeah.
But I get one of those, and then I think I'm going to really start getting crazy with design. And
mine is sitting right next to me, and I'm always like printing little things. It's so much fun, Alex.
I know. I'm sitting here and I'm like, you don't have time for that right now. You have to build it first.
Oh, look at that.
This is a bracket for a Tansi solenoid that I just kind of just demoed. Yeah.
That's what I love about just having that, is that if you got those ideas, you take the time to learn how to do the modeling and stuff, and it's, I don't know, I guess I especially think back 20 years ago, first started reefing and stuff, it was like, from a DIY perspective, it was like, oh, how do I do this? Like making the injection nozzle for a downdraft Aquasea skimmer. I remember disassembling that and looking at it, because that was my first DIY skimmer, is I made a replica of an Aquasea. And I basically bought a piece of hard plastic tube, heated it up with a heat gun, and then I was like bending it into the little clover leaf with a pair of pliers, and then it worked, and I'm like, well, that was easy. Why does this skimmer cost so much money?
It's such a game changer, and there's quite a few resources out there. I mean, like, there are the guys that like make a design and then you have to buy it off of them from Reef to Reef for like $50. But there's a growing number of people that just put it out there. And one design that kind of I probably should do a video on my like favorite like 3D printed things, but. A few they had it on BRS TV, this little, like, if you have a mesh lid, I mean, you need to make like a porthole.
Oh.
So it's like an outer ring, and there are some
Little
screws.
pop.
Yeah, that's it. So you 3D printed it too. That I 3D printed that same design that you have.
I didn't 3D print it. I actually bought this tank secondhand from a guy in Burlington, but it's super cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, he made the lids and with that little feeding hole, but yeah.
So I was going nuts trying to like order the BRS one, and I was like, am I gonna pay like $100 in shipping and like duties just to find this? And I'm like, let me just go on Thingiverse. So Thingiverse is where you put your free 3D prints, and I found that design, and I printed it, and it worked, and it was like, wow, okay. And it was just like no Amazon, no having to like wait for something. It went from like, okay, it'd be really cool if we had this, and then you just print it and it's there.
And the nice thing too is if you want to experiment with something, oh well, it didn't quite work right, I need it to be taller or wider, you could easily do that and change it. Because like I think back to like how I used to make my my needle wheel impellers, my DIY ones, and I got videos out there. I think it's like
I've seen
it's like a 3-part series, and I literally took flat pieces of acrylic and acrylic rods, and I machined every one. I drilled every single hole. I fitted every single pin. I glued everything together. And it's funny because I think a year or two ago, someone posted a comment, and they're like, hey, you got the 3D printer files for these? And I just laughed, and I go, wasn't no 3D printer on that. I go, did you watch the video? And then they're like, oh my God, like you drilled all those holes?
And honestly, I think in a way, there's been kind of like the evolution of this hobby and what you can do, even in my time, which I've been in it since 2011. And I really started, when I first started, I couldn't spend much money. I mean, I really did my best to do whatever I could on my own, or my husband. And that's where he got into it, coming up with ideas and all of that. And if you look at my YouTube channel, it's like a testament. I used to do a crap load of DIY to avoid spending the big money, because we didn't have the options that we get now on Amazon or AliExpress or all of those. Like I said, when I got my D-Sunny light, I bought it direct from the factory in China because I did some research and I found out you could do that. They weren't on Amazon at the time, but you could buy them direct. So there's been this big shift where people starting now kind of take for granted how easy it is to customize things, because now there are the tools to do that. And if you have the time and the ability, you can buy a 3D printer and you can do that for cheaper than it would have cost in the old days to come up with some of that stuff, or to buy some of that stuff, or if it even existed, because that's the other thing. A lot of it never existed. So if you wanted something specific, I mean, my first flow manager thing in my 29-gallon cube, because it was run on a canister filter. It was one of those fluval flow things. You put it on the end of the outflow from your canister filter, and the water pressure turned the thing around 360 degrees. That was the first thing I had, and it cost $12. So, like that's how it started. Nowadays, there's any number of options, and look at the random flow generator. That would have done the same thing, but much better. So, there's been a huge shift.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Alex.
No, you go ahead.
I just said I have a bunch of dividers for some of my tanks that were 3D printed, just acrylic dividers with like flow through them for my clownfish pairs. So that's been a huge lifesaver, and they were just custom made for different size tanks that I have.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
What's your dog's name?
Lily. She's a Saint Bernard.
Hello, Lily.
Lily.
Are you a good girl, Lily?
Sort of, but she will try to kill anybody that comes on our front lawn. She looks sweet, but she's She's definitely protective.
Sounds like my min pin mix.
She's huge, but she's a good girl.
Yeah, our daughter had a French Mastiff. Her name was Macy. And, you know, the hooch dog, Dogue de Bordeaux. And
oh, I love them. I want to get one of those.
And she had the sweetest temperament. Like, she was just an amazing dog. Yeah.
Everyone wants to pet Lily and they want to like bring their dogs over. Like, can they meet? I'm like, no, she's kind of protective. Like, she looks friendly, but yeah.
I'm in that same state. Well, because my min pin, he's only about 2, but we've been doing a lot of training. So he went to Home Depot with me today because that's the new thing we're doing is exposing to people. And it's funny because everyone's like, oh, puppy. And I'm like, he's not really ready for that yet.
My term is she's a little bit boisterous. That means please don't bring your dog over. It might get shook like a rag doll.
Sammy 31D, Alex, I want to read the comment before it disappears up the thing. He said that big tank deserves closed loops all up and down the base of the system.
You know, I just, and this is just, I know closed loops still a pretty widely looked at thing. And the one thing, especially talking to some people that work at commercial levels and stuff is, you know, it's been something it's still effective. My first problem with closed loop is I don't put holes in bottoms of tanks.
Yeah.
So if I was going to close loop, I would run all the plumbing above the tank.
Yeah.
And I would have the pump up high and then it would go down to the bottom and I'd cover it. I'm trying to think of the guy in England.
David Saxby.
Yeah, Saxby's tank, he did that. I think he still has some holes in the bottom of his tank too, but that's like my first rule is don't put holes in the bottom of your tank. I've seen a bottom bulkhead failure before when I did aquarium maintenance because I had to replace one while the tank was full. It's not fun.
That's the biggest thing that deters me is the idea of putting something in a place where there's probably a 99% chance that you're not going to be able to reach it. And all that water, where does it go?
Yeah, and the other thing with closed loops, and again, it's coming from people that have been working in more of a commercial space, is that the efficiency that you get for power using a big DC propeller pump, like, you know, you see those big Panta Rays and stuff, and they've got clusters of them now. You know, they go up to their ECM 75, which is something that has been potentially recommended for my tank. You know, I think that thing pushes like 30 or 40,000 gallons per hour on it. And the thing is that for the wattage that you're paying for, the amount of water flow you get out of a propeller-based pump versus a pressure pump, and not having all that loss and pressure to deal with, you just get way more efficiency out of them that way. And you know, it's not to say they're still not a viable option, but I've never, you know, I haven't been as big of a fan of those. And a good example that I always point to with it as well is like the Abyss pump. So I got an Abyss A400 that'll be the main return for this tank. That pump pushes about 6,000 gallons of water flow per hour. That same motor block is what they use on their flow cannon that pushes 40,000 gallons per hour.
Wow.
So it's not a matter of wattage and just motor size, it's how you're using that energy. And with a propeller and caging it that way, and then especially using adductors, you know, you really can gain a lot of water flow out of it that you wouldn't necessarily get with a closed loop system.
And I know nothing, well, I know not much about hydraulics only because the bit of reading I did was to figure out how to set up the flow in my Red Sea tank so I got the turbulence where I needed it. But when I think about a pump, because the water is compressed and pushed through it, would you not get more flow using larger intake and exits, like outflow? Like if you had a bigger connection on it, if it had a larger impeller, like,
so what you would do, I mean, the larger the pipe diameter size, the less friction that you have inside the line.
Yep.
Now, this is where we're having an adductor on the end of a closed loop where it's drawing the outside water by making a low pressure zone. It's actually, did quite a bit of reading on it and watching videos of professors kind of talking about how they work. And it's kind of like making a wing underwater where you're trying to go high to low pressure and it pulls more water through it. So you definitely get more there. But when you think about it, the pump is still restricted on what the intake pipe size is going into the volute and then going out. And a good way to think of it too is, most modern, when you think about how we propel vessels in the water, they all use propellers. They're not using a pressure pump.
Yeah.
Now some do water jets, but if you look at the schematics of that, essentially it is a propeller inside a shaft that is doing the same style thing, where it's not it's not in the style of a pressure pump, because really the pressure pump is designed to defeat head pressure and push your water through that. And I think that's something too, as we kind of talked about earlier, all this evolution of everything with talking about LED lights. I mean, when I started in this hobby, water flow was kind of like stick some power heads in there, it'll be all right. Nobody really looked at it. And then, kind of when I stepped away from the hobby for a few years, it was like, hey, this water flow stuff's kind of more important than we thought it was.
Yep. Oh, hey, Daniel B. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, it's kind of like we were talking about evolution. Now everybody's looking at bacteria. I remember when I first discovered YouTube, was probably 2015, and I started my channel in 2016, in February of 2016. And I remember listening to what live streams there were at the time. There really weren't that many. They were just kind of, Google Hangouts was just making it possible. And people would always talk about, this or that, and what's wrong with this coral and whatever. And I'd be thinking, you need to check your magnesium. Nobody ever checks magnesium. And of course I didn't participate because I was too shy, and I only had 5 years in the hobby, and what did I know, right? And then people started talking about magnesium, and all of a sudden it was like, you got to make sure the magnesium's where it should be. Nobody ever tests for it, or hardly anybody tests for it, because they don't realize how important it is. You don't always have to do anything about it, but you should know what it is. So you can make sure it's not creating issues with your calcium and alkalinity uptake. But anyway, so that was kind of the first time I realized, and then everybody starts talking about magnesium. And then we started getting into pH. And I was looking at pH when I had my Red Sea tank, and I made a video about chasing pH. And ultimately I ended up adding calc. And my attitude at the time, and it still is that you're not supposed to chase numbers. I get that. But you should pay attention to what the number is. You should know what that is, so you can make the right decisions for when something happens in your tank and you're not sure what's going on. If you know the number, it helps you, and you should pay attention to it. And it should, ideally, it shouldn't drop below 8 if you can get it to do that. Like if you can get a point where it stays 8 or above, I think that's safe. I know 8.3 is better. It's almost ideal. 8.4, maybe pushing it, 8.5. But now all of a sudden it's pH, like you were saying. Everybody's talking about pH now. And so I had people say, what are you worried about pH for? Don't chase numbers and all of this. And I'm going, but it matters. Like, I may not fully understand or be able to articulate why, but I understand that it matters. And at that point, I was still reading a lot of forums and Randy Holmes Farley, and I always skip the part where he does the little drawings of the molecules because I don't understand them, you know, that kind of stuff. So it's a constant evolution. And so you're talking about water flow. Well, I think we're crossing over into another evolution of water flow, because I know people love the MP40s and all of that, and I understand why. I won't buy one because I think they're stupid expensive for what they are. And I know people talk about warranty and all that kind of thing. And but anyway, you can't aim them. So I want something that if I want surface agitation, I can tilt it up a little bit and I can get that gas exchange going on. But I'm not going to put that style of pump that I can't aim right at the water surface, you know? Like it's a constant evolution, and we learn new things all the time. And I think at some point you got to trust your gut, because you know your tank, you know what you don't know what you don't know. So you just have to do your best to sort of put all the pieces together, you know, and wait for the next big change to come along and go, okay, so that's why, you know, it just, I think that's what just keeps us here, honestly. Boy, that turned into a big lecture.
It's fun though, because I mean, the pH thing, I never used to really, I was like, yeah, everything looks all right. But then you start hearing people talk the science and show the results. And
I know,
you know, and now I'm kind of going, well, I think, you know, it's not something that I'm going to go and, you know, go nuts on. But, you know, I was listening to Reef Dudes a while ago, and he had Chunningham's Reef on there that was, and he's local. So I actually met him. He's a member of our local club. And he was talking about, he had a system where he had his pH up to like 8.9 for like a month. And, you know, he wouldn't go as, you know, he was like, you know, there's a lot of science and barriers and things that people have, nobody's really been trying it and really measuring it and documenting it. Because he was, you know, he kind of, it was one of those remarks where it was kind of an interesting thought, but where someone would, you know, kind of got bubbled up a little of, you know, is looking at alkalinity even the right thing to do? Maybe we should just look at our pH and not even look at the alk. Now, totally theoretical there, not disclaimer on that.
Yeah, I've heard some discussion over that. Yeah.
I think that, sorry, Alex, go ahead.
No, that's all I had.
Yeah, I was just like, it's kind of funny where these little cycles, and I think Cindy mentioned earlier on, you know, just kind of like use common sense, and the corals come from established ecosystems where we kind of know, and you know, the pH of water, seawater, is like about 8.1. So I mean, I understand that kind of the obsession. It is a current thing. Like pH is like so hot right now. Who would have known that? Like, there's like all of these like streamers talking about like pH and going like 8.9. Like you're certainly like pushing extremes, right? And like, and yes, there could be some positive effects, but you know, like
there's a lot of risk.
Barrier Reef, Red Sea, 8.1, right? Like, and corals grow well there. So I mean, so it's one of those things where I think you could like get sucked in the weeds very easily.
Yeah.
So I think there's like a happy balance between like maybe, so chasing numbers is bad, being outside of like comfort zones is bad, and I think there's like a happy medium of just kind of finding a balance, and I think like sometimes people with good intentions try to improve pH or like boost alkalinity or like do something specific, and then it puts all of the other parameters out of whack. And I think stability, like being within like an acceptable range, is important, and then really just kind of trying to maintain it.
Yeah,
it's probably going to give you more success long term than trying to like, okay, like I want my tank to be 8.5, and my mission now is to make sure that it doesn't kind of like fluctuate. So
yeah, and the amount of controls that are in place of people doing that too is not. It is not something for the faint of heart with the controls and how elaborate. Like, well, I'll be honest, my pH right now after the recalibration, I'm running like 7.8, 7.9, and I would love to be in like an 8.2, 8.3. I'd be happy with that. And kind of to your point there about moderation, I'm like, all right, well, I'm not just going to go and dump a ton of calc in here or go to one of those, let's get potassium hydroxide or one of these other things and see what we, I always find it's necessary for people to kind of push those boundaries, but yeah, you gotta be willing to fail, and the fact that you're doing something that's high risk. Like, yeah. I'm going to install an ERV, and I'm aiming to just lower CO2 levels in the space, and then bump my calc based on the alkalinity consumption, so it doesn't go too high, where I stay in that 8-9 range where I like it.
Yeah, I understand there are those whose purpose for having a reef tank is the experimentation. It is the pushing the boundaries. It is the limits of what they can do. There's also coral farmers. They have a stake in fast, healthy growth. But the average reef keeper doesn't really have a stake in fast, healthy growth. I mean, if you look at Fish of Hex, for example, and listen to some of the issues he runs into with maintaining stability when he's constantly got healing corals in his system and he's constantly removing water for shipping, like it is a really, really acute tightrope that you have to walk to maintain that stuff just to be stable, let alone step outside of that and try and push the envelope. But if you've got a tank that has corals in it that you enjoy, that you want to do the experimentation, it's interesting to hear what happens. That doesn't mean what's going on or what's being done is applicable to a reef tank. Because although you may have corals in a tank and it's saltwater, I don't know, like, to me, a reef tank is everything. It's fish, it's inverts, it's rocks, it's sand, it's flow. It's like a piece of art that has all these components that have to work together. It's the ecosystem. So I don't get this whole push for super fast growth, because you know what happens when you get super fast growth? It gets too big and you end up having to cut it all back. And like, I guess if you don't have like a reef tank that, like, I want growth that's slow so it looks good. That's what I want.
I wouldn't mind a little bit of the fast growth and then dial it back later.
Yeah, but you'll get there, because you're probably running into a lot of what I'm running into, which is the fact that, I mean, your system is a big system already. And when you hook it to your main display, things like bubble scrubbing. How do you do bubble scrubbing in your display? Well, I've got 2 little air stones tie wrapped to below my random flow generator nozzles. And the airline that supplies the air stones comes from little tiny pumps I found on Amazon for really cheap. So I bought extras. None of these really loud, noisy whisper, so-called quiet pumps, they're terrible. These ones that I have, you can hardly even hear them. So anyway, but that's what I have to do. Normally, I would put an air stone below the intake for my return pump. But I don't want to push air through those external pumps, if I can avoid it, in the quantities that I would have to for the tiny bubbles to survive by the time they got up here. I would much rather do it right where the flow is, right? It doesn't look great, but it does what I need it to when I turn it on overnight. So like, you run into these kinds of different things where you can't really do things normally. And that's, I suspect you'll find that even more so than I have.
So this will be an interesting one. So Amro, do you know how many milliliters a day you dose in Kalkwasser right now?
I actually do. I was doing the calculations because I dose like 24/7, and I'm trying to switch it to at night to try to kind of do the peak. But it's 3 mils per day. I think that comes out to like almost 4 liters, or a little bit under a gallon, which is not a lot.
What's the total volume of your system?
It's 180 gallon total volume. So
you're dosing, so you figure a gallon a day for you?
About, yeah.
Yeah. This I just find it funny. So, because I have so few corals in my system. In 2,100 gallons of water, I only dose 285 milliliters a day of calc.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's if I dose any more than that, I'm going to start spiking my alkalinity.
You know,
I haven't set up my calc yet. That's the next thing I need to do. And I mean, talking about dosers, I can't remember, was it you, Alex? I was saying I have an old DP4 that needs to be reconditioned, and I figure if I buy 4 new heads for it, they're like $25 each. I can use 1 head at a time and use it up until I wear it out, dosing calc, and then just move to the next one. So I think that's what I'm going to do, because that's my cheapest route. Because no matter what dosing pump you use, you're gonna ruin it if you dose calc, like fully saturated calc.
I got the cheaper version of that. The one that came before that one was my first Bubble Magus doser.
Yeah, so Cindy, I don't actually run the calc through the doser.
Oh.
So I push water into my calc stir.
Right.
So I've got my feed line.
Yep.
Coming from my barrels. I apologize because I accidentally emptied a gallon of Alpha Reef into the tank, so now I've got the lines up high so that it can't do that anymore.
Things you learn.
But yeah, it pushes water into the calc stir, and then it comes in here, and then it just gravities out. So it's only RODI water going through.
Hey, Alex, have you ever tried putting a pH port in a Vast Marine?
It has, or I haven't tried messing with that yet. Because I've been dosing such a small amount.
Don't do it. It's gonna drive you nuts.
It's
driving me nuts.
Yeah, I haven't, because I've seen some of the different methods that they are using, which I can't even remember because they got the pH probe, and then I thought there was like a conductivity probe or something they would use too. And
yeah,
I'm like, I dose such a small amount right now, and the calcium reactor's not on.
Yeah, so what I have a pH probe, and I'm like constantly frustrated at how quickly the potency drops.
So.
Because you think it's gonna like stay consistent, but I put a cup in, and within like a day the pH drops from like 12.4 to like 12.3, and I'm like, oh really?
Oh, you mean
I have to like add more powder, and I'm like, okay, no, that's too much. It is true what they say about calc stirrers not being as efficient as other means of dosing calc. And it's and having the data makes you more aware of the problem. So like ignorance is bliss, and I hate myself for like I have an extra pH probe. Let me just try it, and I'm chasing the pH in my calc reactor because I want it to be saturated all the time, and it's not.
Well, what if you mixed up a gallon the old way? You get a gallon of RO water. You put in the 2 teaspoons or tablespoons or however much it is. You mix it up. You let it settle. You pour off the clear stuff. What if I were to dose that via gravity feed on a drip? Would it clog up, do you think? If it was a constant drip.
It's really hard without some kind of pump to get that to stay in a constant. That would be the challenge.
And if it's a small tube, yeah, I would be worried that it will get clogged up.
Everybody's saying push, don't pull calc, and I'm just thinking, but even if I got one of those silicone hoses that's like 1/2 inch, and I could get an inline valve, like
Yeah, that's essentially what like the a vast marine reactor is. You feed it, you push water in with a 1/4 inch, but like that water coming in is RODI. It's never gonna get contact with alk.
So this will be and so at the time I was really toying around and kind of reading more on kalkwasser and everything, and the fact that, you know, it reacts to CO2. And
yeah,
I, as in an effort to have some fun with it, what I decided to do when I bought my CO2 meter is I said, well, let me take a 5-gallon bucket, dump a bunch of kalkwasser in it, like a cup or something, put an air stone in it, and then I put a bucket on top of it with a little hole, and I put my CO2 meter in there. Because it would chart, it charts 24 hours a day. And I was like, well, how long will that kalkwasser, you know, will it make a discernible difference in the CO2 levels of the air coming out of the bucket? Mm-hmm. And it did for a few hours. The problem is it only lasted a few hours, because I was like, could this be a way to lower my CO2 levels instead of other CO2 removal media? And technically, yes, it works. It just burns out quick. And it's probably that same type of thing happening in our calc stirrers or anything, because the water, you know, if you got a high quantity of CO2 in your air, mm-hmm. it is going to absorb into that water. Even if it's RODI water, it's going to have a content in there, and you're going to push it in there. So you'd almost have to like be able to pull the CO2 out before it went into the reactor and keep the reactor's kalkwasser isolated from the environmental CO2.
When I was dosing calc to the Red Sea tank, I would make up a mixture and put it in 2 bottles, and they were former bottles from Melafix and Pimafix from our freshwater days. They were like 2-liter size. And so my husband drilled a hole in the lid for the tube and a really tiny hole for air, because of course you have to equalize it if you're pulling it out. So I would get 2 of these bottles out of every mix that I did. And the one that I wasn't using immediately, I always put Scotch tape over it, because over the holes, until I was ready to use it, because of course you get the precipitation of the carbonate on top of the water surface or the calc surface. And so the one that was in use, because it was only 2 liters, it would get used up in maybe 2 weeks. So there would be a very slight layer of precipitation on top. Plus I should mention it was half saturation, because I was putting it through one of those little Camor Dripping Pro pumps. This is before the one specifically for aquariums came out. This is for plant watering. And I knew that if it was too saturated, I would clog up the pump and the lines too fast. And you know what? That thing never, ever clogged up, because it was only half saturation. There go my lights.
Oh, nice.
And the tube was just a regular dosing tube. And it was like running only once every 2 hours for like maybe 10 seconds. And it did affect the pH very slightly. So maybe that's the route I need to take again, except maybe have 2 of them, you know, like, because my system can handle it. It evaporates roughly, I want to say 6 gallons, 7 gallons of water a day. So it can handle a bunch of calc dripped in, even in a stream from a pump like that. But I don't know, it didn't wear out after using it for 2 years. It was still working when I took it all apart. And in fact, I used it on the 90-gallon tank, the holding tank, to do the ATO fill up. So I don't know, maybe that's what I need to do, so that I can get calc up and running, because I'm kind of dithering about what do I do? How do I do it? I don't want to spend $400 on a pump, and then in 6 months it's going to be all clogged up, and I'll have to get another one while I fix it. And I want to just keep it simple and cheap. So that's why gravity feed is really appealing, because all it is a couple of valves, and, you know, yeah. But you're right about the CO2 having an impact, because it definitely does. So.
Well, one thing that I've experienced in my reefer was that early, like I think the worst time for experiencing pH issues is right at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I think most of us that have pH issues is because we have these newer houses that kind of just trap air and it's CO2 essentially. But as the corals in your tank get larger and larger, they actually remove more carbonic acid through the process of photosynthesis because there's just more of them. So I really only had like, for the Reefer 250, I only had like issues with maintaining pH in the first like year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Once like the tank was like kind of full of SBS, I was like, it was so dramatic that like at the first year Red Sea Reefer, I really kind of struggled to be 7.8 at night and 7.9 in the day. Like last year before I shut down my system, it was like 8.3 and 8.5.
Yeah.
Same tank, same people living in the house, right? But it's just that the ability of the corals, that the biomass is able to remove the carbonic acid, and so it shifts the average pH up. The more corals that you have, it shifts the average pH up. So it's a bit of a struggle early on.
Yeah.
But once you get like there's a critical mass where you kind of like don't have to deal with it, and then you could start to kind of experiment with like crazy high pH and
doing that. But the thing is that goes back to what you learn as you go, and what happens when you have a mature tank. And how many people out there never reach the point of having a mature tank? So it's no wonder people are looking for crazy solutions, because they don't understand. I agree with you, Amro. I've seen it happen in my Red Sea tank. Just as it hit the 3-year mark, it was the best it ever had been. Well, maybe a little earlier than 3 years, maybe 2.5 years. Because I did that video on 6 things that turbocharged my reef tank. And I should have included maturity, because that's probably a large part of why the whole system just found its sort of balance. Yeah, that's a really good point about pH. It makes a lot of sense. Got lots of interesting comments too. I think people are talking to each other. Reefkeeper says, if you mix the gallon, you can run an acrylic tube about 1 inch off the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. The only thing I don't want to do is try and start a siphon with kalkwasser.
That would be bad.
I'm thinking more of like, I don't know if you guys saw the video about our ATO booster, where I just have a constant stream of water running through a series of valves from a container that's up at the ceiling, with the idea that it takes pressure off of my ATO system, because that thing supplies roughly 3 gallons a day. So my ATO system has an easier time keeping up with the water level change, because it doesn't time out to try and fill it all up. And it's working great. So I'm thinking, geez, that worked really well for that. But it's a hole drilled in the bottom of a tank. So you'd have to have it up about at least 1 inch, so that you wouldn't be dealing with the slurry at the bottom. And as long as the liquid level inside the tank was high enough, the pressure of the volume would assist it, as long as you kept it topped up, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to do some reading and some thinking about it, because I do want to get calc going in the system. A couple of my Monties are getting pale. I have to do a test. I haven't done a spin test in probably over a week. So I want to see where things are, because I switched over to the Fusion 1 and Fusion 2 dosing from CChem, and I want to see how that's going. So maybe tomorrow.
If you just want to get it started, I just would dump it in my ATO reservoir. For my Red Sea Reefer, I actually did not use a reactor. I would just dump the calc straight into my brute, and the Tunzi osmolator kind of move it. I think Sammy D was mentioning something similar. It's not great because it will vary, like your evaporation rate varies from day to day, and I would get these big swings as we start heating the house in September, and evaporation shoots up crazy, so it would cause a big seasonal imbalance, and I would have to like check my my 2-part dosing.
Mm-hmm.
But
I have a Tunzi pump.
It works,
on hand because they're known to fail. So I bought one for the Nano. So I could try that, but doesn't have to sit in the calc though. Like, is that kind of not good for it?
Yeah, I've never had. I mean, so 6 years, my pump is still kind of the same pump that I've used, is still kind of working. So.
Oh my goodness. Okay then. You know what? Thanks, Sammy, for that, because don't you just love when you actually happen to have a piece of equipment sitting in the basement in the original bag? When you can just go down and I have a lifetime supply of ESV calcium hydroxide.
Wow.
The big bottle.
Okay. That's not a lifetime supply. So I thought you had like a room.
I bought it in probably, I want to say 2016 when I first started using calc.
So,
and at the rate of 2 teaspoons every time you need to fill up when you only have nano tanks, I think it might be down maybe an inch from the top of the bottle, and it's a gallon. It's one of those gallon size.
So I don't know how you guys how do you guys deal with calc, but I'm like super paranoid. So I like full out like mask, gloves, fume hood, or just running on the range, and then I would like, just to kind of minimize dust, I would aliquot the powder into like 15 mil conical tubes and seal them, and I would have these trays of the 15 mil conical tubes. And whenever I want to add, it's a measurable unit, because you don't want to like mess around with the powder. And then whenever I want to add more calc, I just open up the conical, put it, and dump it.
I use glasses and a mask and gloves when I handle it. Even though it takes me longer to put the hazmat stuff on than it does to actually open the bottle. You can't. And I use 35% hydrogen peroxide diluted down to 19% in my system, and it gives me beautifully clear water.
Nice. Okay, I'm gonna take off, guys. It was so good to catch with you, Cindy, and Alex, and
great talking.
Nice to meet you, everybody else. Okay.
Yep. Thanks, Amro. I really
see you later.
My pleasure.
Have a good summer. Take it easy. Cheers. Casey Wagner, you mentioned something about the Seachem Aquavitro. Didn't catch. Oh yeah. If it's the Division skimmer, I don't know whether Aquavitro makes any other different models, but the Division skimmer has a sock. And I did a video about it on my YouTube channel. It's Love the Skimmer, Hate the Sock. I can't remember if it was you that was asking about this today, because I answered a comment about doing a video regarding how to adjust that thing. Oh, we lost Taryn. But anyway, it's the skimmer sock that was a problem. So because I hated it, I took it off and I replaced it with something different. You can buy all the stuff on Amazon. It's really easy and it's working great. And what I'm especially impressed with is I put pinky filter in the 2 little cups that I've got hanging in the hole where the filter sock is supposed to go. And those things get really dirty. So when I think of all of that going into the water and I'm actually drawing it out of the water, or as much of it as the pinky filter will hold or catch, it just seems like a really good thing. And that sock used to get filthy, and it's just, it's a bad scene. But I did a video that kind of summarizes everything. If you want to check that out, it'll kind of do a better job describing the issue. Division 120. Yeah. Sock is annoying. Walk around your tank, Taryn. Oh, Taryn. I think we lost Taryn. Oh, heading out too. Thanks, Taryn. I'm really glad you could come in tonight. It was so nice getting caught up because I have seen all that stuff about your clownfish, and I was kind of wondering what you were doing and where you were with it, and I think it's so cool. Oh, there's Taryn again. There we go. Cool. Let's put you up full screen. All right.
There's nothing really that exciting going on here. It's mostly just fish right now. My lengths are just ramping down, but I kind of keep them on late because sometimes I work late, but
yeah,
I don't really have too many corals. Just
you'll get there.
I'll get there. Honestly, I've just been focusing on my fish and like getting to know all of the technology, which has been a huge learning curve for me. My wires are still a disaster, but I'm getting there.
Join the club.
Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, like when I first got this is, well, Cindy, you know, this is my first like full sump system tank. All the rest of my tanks are all in ones.
Yep.
So this was like a bit of a learning curve for me, but I started in November, so I've had it quite a few months now, but all of my fish are doing well. I haven't really had any losses. I got a little harem going on here, a few tangs, couple urchins. I got a conch. Yeah, so other than that, I just have some mushrooms. I have the pectinia you gave me.
He's doing?
He's doing okay. The lights are going down right now, so he's kind of going to sleep right now, but I have a cactus coral, just a couple softies. I have a blasto and a trumpet coral, but they're not doing great. But I got to be honest, I haven't been fully monitoring everything in here just with my clowns spawning in my 5 other tanks. So yeah, it's going good though. But I mean, obviously, like I've come a long way since when I started with my BioCube. So I think it's going pretty well. I mean, I'm a lot more relaxed since I first started the hobby when I like tested everything every day, but maybe I should get back to that. But yeah, no, it's going good.
Yeah, I don't know, like testing every day. I've done that during times when I've had problems, just so that I could keep an eye on things. But I was always worried that if I test every day and I see a number that I don't like, that I might do something when I really should wait another day and make sure it wasn't like an outlier, you know? So now I go once a week, once every 10 days, and I can still kind of track the trends. And if you look at your tank, you can see if something's going on. And then that would be another reason to test to see if you can figure it out. If something's out of whack.
Oh, I agree with that. Like, I think my first year in the hobby, I really realized that, like, making any sort of knee-jerk reactions is definitely not the way to do anything, because that makes like 10 times more problems than you actually have. So
and it's so hard to learn that.
Yeah, it's stuff like my first year I had like dino, cyano, like I feel like I had everything other than fish diseases. I didn't really have too many diseases, but I mean, you name it, like I had it. And I kind of just learned that now when I get cyano, I'm like, okay, like whatever, it's just cyano. Like I'll just change some flow, move some rocks around. It's not a big deal. But I think, I mean, that takes time. When you're new in the hobby, you think that, you know, a 0.01 in salinity is going to make a huge difference. And I think you learn over the years that it's not that big of a deal. But
unless you have starfish and it's sudden.
Yes.
Starfish don't like it.
Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, overall it's going well. I've just been kind of focusing on like raising my rotifers right now and hopefully being able to raise my baby clownfish. And this tank eventually, my plan with it is to do like LPS and SPS, but I've got some AI primes on it, but I just haven't been there with getting my ALK and all my parameters in line with it to be able to support that yet. So, but that's just where the hobby goes, I guess, when you have multiple tanks, right?
Oh yeah. I've been there, and it's hard because you kind of kick yourself if you let the ball drop somewhere, and it's just really time consuming.
Yeah, and I work full time too, right? So
Yeah,
I'm like,
exactly.
I've never tried to pursue raising clownfish I think Bangkok cardinals I had once, or I got babies, and they pop out as little adults. So that, honestly, I'm at the point with that because I've had a bunch of different fish breed, and I'm like, if they somehow wind up in a auxiliary tank and they make themselves to an adult, that's my level of effort with that. That is a huge undertaking. So
yeah, if enough of them can hide long enough to survive and find food and gradually start growing,
I think that only happens with like guppies and mollies. Definitely not with clownfish, but I don't know. For me, it's kind of just like a challenge that I want to take on, right? So I have everything going for them. So, but obviously, it's going to be time consuming. But I mean, I'm just doing this for fun. So eventually I'll get this tank going with my corals and that. But as long as my fish are happy, and I've gotten a lot of fish that I wanted, like I have a flame angel that I really wanted, a purple tang. I got a swallowtail female.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I remember that. The princess.
Yes, Belle, I called her. So she's doing awesome. So all my fish are doing amazing. So as long as I can kind of keep that going and and support the corals that I do have. I really haven't added too many corals to it. My other tanks are just pretty much softy tanks right now, just because I've just been focusing really on fish, right? So but overall, I mean, it's been a good learning curve with the sump system and everything. And I mean, that's part of the reason I like this hobby, is that there's always something to learn. And when I first got this, I didn't even know anything about plumbing. And I thought it was funny earlier when you guys were talking about like plumbing and pumps getting clogged. I had an issue with my return pump on this tank where I usually run at about 65%. I was running at like 99 and it still wasn't pumping out. So I had to take apart like the pump, the plumbing, and kind of something was stuck in it. So it was a challenge, but I figured it out, and
awesome.
It's working again. So
I find it oddly satisfying to tear down a whole pump and clean it, right down to having the tiny brush that can clean out the impeller shaft chamber.
Oh, I agree. I did have to message a couple of people and be like, how do you get this apart? Because other ones that I had like a way to like click it off, but this one's a Jabo one, and it wasn't obvious at all. And I was like, how do you get this apart? 911. I figured it out. So
awesome.
It's a learning curve, but it's going good. I love the hobby, and I'll never quit no matter what. So that's all good.
Yep. Cool. Well, thanks for all that. That's cool.
Well, thank you. I'm going to head out, and I will see you maybe next week. Are you thinking about doing next week?
I hope so. We're supposed to go to a family barbecue because some relatives from the States are coming up that we haven't nobody's seen in like 40 years or something.
At least 3 because of COVID.
Exactly. It's my husband's family. But it's at my sister-in-law's place, and she's planning on doing it outside. And I don't know if I've mentioned me and outside because of insect bites, like mosquito bites.
Yeah.
I'm allergic to them to the point where I won't sleep if I get mosquito bites on my ankles or whatever. I can't sleep. They're so painful. So I had that happen last year when my tank was delivered. We were at neighbors across the street, and kind of against my better judgment, I went, and it got dark, and I was going to go home, and just got to talking and didn't go inside. And sure enough, I had like 30 mosquito bites on my ankles, and I ended up staying up all night. So anyway, that's a long way of saying we're going to go because we should go. But I don't want to stay and eat because it's going to be late and it's an hour away from where we live. And I don't want to miss the stream now that I've finally got my act together to start them back up again. I'd prefer to be able to do it. So I'll put out the video as usual and yeah, on Instagram or whatever. So.
Well, I hope to see you next week. It was nice seeing you, Alex. Nice seeing you,
Yep.
Cindy.
Nice seeing you too.
And hopefully I'll catch up with you next week.
Nice.
And hopefully I'll have baby clownfish by then, like at least.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
Little tiny fries that I can show off. So we'll see.
Nice. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Did you see the question from Sammy?
Yeah. So, turning the camera around, I'll just hold it. So we're talking about this long section here is all going to be a reef, not any intention on farming, just giant reef tank. So this will be SPS. And then my idea at the moment is this will be the highest flow area. And as we work our way towards this end of the tank, the flow will start to decrease. And then all the overflows will be here. And then the plumbing to the fish room is going to go through that wall. So,
cool. So that's good because you got zones for various flow.
Yep, that's the idea there, is that way I can have some good zones there set up, because I kind of had that in my last tank. But I think that's probably one of the bigger challenges with like a mixed reef is to try and find, the ultra high flow for the SPS, but then the low flow for like a bubble coral that just doesn't like it. So.
Well, you know where my bubble coral is? It's at the very, very back on the left-hand side, and it's in front of a base rock, because if I put it out too far, it gets the flow that like the gyre comes across the top, and it gets and it's just too much. It flattens it right out. So I found the sweet spot for the stuff that needs low flow is not along the side, but in the little coves that I've made. Two cinerinas are actually at the very, very back inside that alleyway. And I've had to adjust the positioning of the Sichi pump I have on the other side that goes across the back to keep that stirred up, so gunk doesn't collect. Because the place I first had it, it was almost flipping my big, huge cinerina over. And so I finally found the right level of flow from the pump and the right angle and all that kind of stuff. So the back skirt of the cinerina kind of stands up a little bit, but it doesn't put stress on it, because I don't want to lose that coral. And then the other cinerina I have is beside it. So I had hoped to have those right at the front of the tank, because they're my big, beautiful, showy corals. Nuh-uh, it's not. As soon as I set up the jars, I went, no, that's not going to work.
Well, on the plus side, some of those big single polyps, I see there's more and more people that are starting to experiment with fragging and being successful, albeit that's some high risk gambling. Like one of the guys at the logo show, he's been cutting acanthophylias. Just, that's an expensive gamble there.
Well, it's long term, because what was I reading? It takes like 5 or 6 years for it to become a disc again. So
there was a couple of different things they were trying. Like one of them, they were cutting the bottom of it off, and a new polyp would come out of the bottom.
Really? And then the top polyp would survive? Like, how would you know where to cut it so you weren't getting all of the mesenterial? Wow.
Again, it's one of those things where, hey, you can be a nice steady reefer and just steady as it goes, or you can be the person that, hey, let's get out the bandsaw.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'd be a little apprehensive of that one. So.
Yep. Sean Clark, just checking the. I like that low aquascape. Oh, Sean, you mean in my tank that's black now? Yeah, the whole idea was to give the fish room to swim around and to allow the water up there to have turbulence that's not necessarily going to have a negative impact on the coral. And like I was talking before about my long tentacle plate coral, like that thing is just amazing. And I was really concerned about not being able to find a spot in 5 by 5 feet that I could put that thing, that it was going to be safe. And even when it was on the other side, like right now it's on the left, when it was on the right, it was tickling the fox coral, and the fox coral wasn't opening all the way. So I had to move it, and it's working out. And I think part of it is the low aquascape, because the water flows all at the top. It's not hitting anything to bounce it down. So the flow that it gets is actually the water returning from the front. So that was kind of a little bit surprising. I mean, I knew that's what the flow pattern was going to be, but I had to be really careful where I put the rocks, because, you know, you get the downstream turbulence beyond an object. And so you got to be able to use that to get the flow you want without killing the thing. So it's interesting. Nice fish. Yeah, Taryn, she's got some beautiful fish. I really admire some of the different clownfish that Taryn has found. Steep learning curve, world's largest Aptasia farm. If I had more time, I'd probably do something crazy too. Oh, thanks, MB Reef. $4.99 super sticker. Woo! I appreciate that. Cool. I'm glad puppy breeders aren't breaking out the pants. Yeah, have you seen the push to change the breeding standards on brachiophilic dogs? You know, with the real short faces, bulldogs and stuff like that. Yeah, there's apparently some sort of pressure now that's being put on breeders to try and breed that out of the dog, because that wasn't how they were originally started when the breed standards were developed. It's just changed over the years because people want dogs with flat faces because they look more human. I don't know. It's not good for them.
You look more human?
Oh, look. See, he's Gizmo, right?
Yeah.
He's got a nicely proportioned face.
It's still, because he's a puggle.
Yeah.
But, you know, even his little shorter snout, it definitely was a little bit harder for him a little bit as a younger dog. So,
yeah.
But he's an old man now. He's almost 15 and a half.
Oh my goodness. My daughter's French bulldog her face actually slants back towards her eyes. She's got little or no bridge to her nose. And she's a rescue from a puppy mill. Because my daughter works for the OSPCA. And yeah, some of the horror stories that they run into is just awful. Anyway, I miss having dogs, and then I don't miss having dogs. When I remember, you know, all the cleanup and dog hair and the barfing and
yeah, it's 50 deal. So, oh, still there?
Yep. You're
Hello?
frozen, but there you are.
Okay, that's weird. Yeah, I enjoy having the dog. It's just, you know, it's been tough with the old guy. He's definitely like, he doesn't lost most of his hearing. Vision's bad. So slowing down a bit, but he's still happy to eat his food and all that stuff. So
yeah,
we're good there.
Yeah,
and he loves hanging out with me while I work on this.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Do they chase parked cars? Yeah, whatever happened to the good old farm mutt. It's true. The dogs we had were mutts.
Yeah, my little one doesn't even see the fish. He doesn't watch TV though either, so
yeah,
it doesn't catch him. The old guy used to watch TV, and we couldn't watch any nature shows because if he saw animals, he'd jump at the TV.
Yeah.
So, but now he can't see it, so we can watch that stuff no problem, and he can't hear them either. So.
Yeah, our dogs weren't. We had the 125-gallon with Oscars in it, and they were big by the time we rehomed the whole shebang. They were probably 10 inches long, so 2 Oscars and a giant pleco were in there, and it was awesome. I loved those fish. I had to hand feed one of them because it lost an eye to Popeye very early on. It's the grossest thing that has ever happened to me, keeping fish. So anyway, our dogs never saw the fish. You know, they'd jump up on the couch that was right beside it because it was like a room divider, peninsula style, set it up. And we'd be pointing at them, and I'd go around the other side of the tank, and, you know, they'd kind of look at me, and the fish are going back and forth right here because they think they're getting fed, and they wouldn't even see them. But Macy, the French Mastiff, oh, she hated those fish. And she would, like, stand right up on her hind legs and bark at them. And it was all we could do to have her not, like, stand on the tank, like push against the tank. Like, she just hated those fish. So she could see them, but our dogs couldn't.
That's funny.
Oh, Daniel B, I have a puggle also. He's just turned 11. Oh, cool. Same age as Casey Wagner, same age as Pulo, or is it Pulio? A Jack Shih Tzu born in February 2007. Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long few weeks for me over here with this build. So,
what do you have to do next?
So now I decided to go interior. So I trimmed the edges of the tank. That's done. And now I got my hand sander out, and I've got to sand the 84-foot perimeter, all the corners, all the beams, the top brace too. So that's another 84 feet that potentially could need sanding in spots. So I got to go all the way around it. I got about just under 24 feet today. You can see I guess we got my sander out there.
Yeah.
So I got to go all the way around, knock off the glue spots. Then I'm going to make my own wood filler using fiberglass resin. So I'm supposed to get some of that, but I'm going to make some test pieces up and experiment a little first before we go messing with the big tank.
Yeah.
Plus, I gotta find out how bad this stuff stinks. Because what I'm gonna do is basically turn this whole thing into a tent, and then use an exhaust fan, blow it out the window, and then essentially do what I'm gonna do for humidity control and a negative pressure the space.
Yeah.
And then, I'll just leave a little entrance here, and then
you've got a respirator, I'm assuming.
I gotta buy a new one, so I'm gonna I'm gonna need a respirator. I'm gonna need I'm gonna have to buy Tyvek suits too, because it's I've done some fiberglass, but this is a lot of fiberglass.
Yeah, and it's the static when you work with it. Like, it just gets everywhere.
Well, and that's kind of the hope too, is that the way this is gonna roll, hopefully, is I'm gonna do all my wood filler, and then once that's done, I might do a sanding pass just to smooth it out. Then I gotta mix up resin and resin coat the whole thing just to get the resin absorbed into the wood. Then I gotta go back and do my chop strand mat and coat that in, and then I'm probably gonna do a second layer of woven on top of that. And then once that's done on the bottom, then I'm going to take the top brace completely apart, and I'm going to fiberglass those too. So I've got on the inside of it, I'm going to have to do 2 layers to match the bottom since they were built on top of each other. And then The inside, I'm probably going to do at least one layer there. I don't know if I'll do two there, but then I'll have to be careful because I don't want to fiberglass any of the seams.
No.
So those will be left as raw wood. And then once the fiberglassing is all done and I'm satisfied with it, then I'm going to get my epoxy out and I'm going to epoxy the whole bottom, epoxy the top rails, and then the canopy is going to get 2 layers of epoxy to waterproof it for the humidity.
Can you use like a roller, like do a puddle and a roller
Yeah.
to the bottom? Is that how you do it? Cool.
Yeah, so no, the pond armor is not too bad, and that's why I'm going to do the bottom first with fiberglass. And I might even do all the pond armor first, and then I'll come back and I'll do the pond armor up top because there's going to be drips and
yeah.
But I'm probably going to do the final coat as white, just so I can get as much reflectivity as I can off of everything.
Yeah.
And then once all that's done, I can take final measurements and start getting glass quotes.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what the lead time is for that. If you have any idea how long it's going to take once you order it.
I'm just going to say 6 months.
Yeah.
That's just a guess. I haven't heard as much on glass supply being a problem at the moment as it is just the amount of demand out there and the shipping.
Yeah.
So the only thing I got going for me with this is they don't have to assemble the tank. All they got to do is cut the pieces of glass precisely, drill some holes for me, and ship it here and not break it on the shipping. So,
that's not to worry about.
Then the fun becomes is Alex trying to figure out how to get this all in, which I think I have a strategy, but when I get the waterproofing done and I'm to the glass ordering phase, I'm gonna make a mock-up of what a sheet of glass is size-wise, the biggest pieces. Because they'll be 12 feet long, roughly, and 34 inches tall. So I'm probably going to make something a little longer and a little taller.
Yeah.
And thickness-wise, too, I'll probably just make something that's like 2-3 inches wide and just make a wood frame. And then I need to make sure that I can get it through that window.
Yeah.
At least that's the most ideal thing. The window's wide enough. I don't think the piece of glass will make the angle in without me cutting some of the barrier outside for just holding back the soil there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm probably gonna have to cut a little bit of that, dig down a little bit so I can make the angle. But the idea will basically be is I'll make like a sled for each sheet of glass, and I'll put the sheet on the sled, and then we'll slide it down a ramp, staying on that sled. And then once it's down in the tank, I'll stage all the glass up starting down here, and then working back that way.
Yeah.
So, and depending on the time of year, I'm guessing it's probably, I mean, if it's hot or cold, it won't really matter. You can't just bring that glass in and just seal it up the same day. It needs to be down here for a few days, a week. I need to stage it fully with all the spacers, make sure everything fits. And then once that's done, I'm probably, the days I'm probably going to need to get some help is going to be when glass is delivered and installation day. Those are going to be days that I'll probably need help from some people. So I'll see if I got a few friends that might be willing to help out, because each one of these panels, I mean, it's going to, like, once I start, you can't stop.
No. And I assume you're, like, will there be much flex? I don't know how thick the glass is going to be that you're getting, an inch?
It's 3/4.
3/4? So you might have some flex over 12 feet?
There's gonna be a possibility, but that's why I want to keep everything on sleds.
Yeah.
So that it's held flat. Because if you try to pick up a sheet like that, one-ended, there's a chance you're gonna snap it.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
I want to keep it flat or be picking it up while it's up vertically.
Yeah.
Or, kind of rocking it into place evenly.
Yeah.
So as long as that stuff's happening, everything should be fine. And then that's why I kind of want to use the window because it's the easiest path in.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it's all staged up and it's in, I will probably install my cross braces and get them in their permanent space. And then, yeah, it's just going to be a whole crap load of RTV. I might buy an extra electric caulking gun, and then, then it's just going to be go, go, go.
Yeah.
On the bright side of it, though, is that, each piece of glass will kind of be its own, and then the seals between them, those will go in easy. And once I get those done, I'll probably let it sit for a bit, and then I'm going to install all the armored corners because I'm gonna double layer all the seams.
Yep.
So
there was a question earlier. I think it was from Casey Wagner regarding how you're going to manage all the humidity, and I know you've got videos about that. Or like
I need to make a new one because the last good one I made was my old system, and for this new system, it's basically a little strategy change, but a lot of it's the same. Yeah, I mean, my little saying is minimize, contain, mitigate. That's what I always look at. And if the biggest problem you could have with any water volume, even the 2,100 gallons that's back there right now. So let me see. Over by my computer here, my humidity is at 45%.
Yeah, it was Marcus Aerolis who asked about humidity.
It was 40% in the fish room, and then let's see what it is just outside the fish room. It's 40% just outside the fish room. So that's the first thing is buy a whole bunch of humidity monitors so you can see what it is.
Oh yeah, we have one downstairs, and it rarely gets above 50. Even though it's in the basement. And the other thing we have is up near the ceiling, we have a fan, one of those oscillating fans, and it's constantly blowing air, moving, circulating the air.
I have the big dehumidifier, which is the primary means. I'm going to get that ERV next month, which, while I'm more interested in its CO2 removal properties, it too will also help to eliminate some humidity.
Yep.
And then on the big tank, I'll negative pressure it so the air is going to get sucked into the fish room from there, so it'll keep it all contained in the canopy, which is why I have the big canopy. I don't want that moisture to be able to get in the house, because if it does, it'll start absorbing into everything. And
my husband checks with a moisture meter once a month, all of the wood above the tanks downstairs, just to make sure. And we have a little humidity monitor in here as well. And we do have the option of using the Panasonic thing you're getting, the ERV, because there's a rough-in for a bathroom, and there's already a duct that runs that we could attach a fan to.
Yeah, you might be far enough north. I think you would probably use an HRV.
Yeah, we have an HRV that came with the house, but he was talking about just supplementary removal of air if it becomes necessary. So it's fine. Like I don't like, how you can feel sticky. I need that down there, and it's a concrete floor in a basement, and there's no moisture on it. So I'm not too worried about it right now.
Yeah, and my big thing is just going to be, it's just constantly monitoring. When it got really dry in the winter this last year, I was evaporating 50 gallons a week.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't have a dehumidifier on my furnace because it was funny. They asked me when I was buying the house, they're like, do you want to add that option? I was like, no, I don't need a humidifier. I got my own.
Yeah. Yeah. No problem there. And I mean, 50 gallons, we probably do 40 or more.
Yeah.
Between 40.
It actually isn't that bad considering the water volume, because I think I forgot who I was talking to. It might have been like Greg Carroll, where he said a lot of aquariums, if it's like 1 to 2% a week, that's kind of a normal and usual expected evap rate off of a system.
Yeah.
So, and then,
yeah,
I think it's just going to, with this thing, it's just going to be, even when the glass is in and it's installed, it's going to take several months of testing to just get the tank full, and then it's going to sit full with nothing in it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll throw some mollies or something in it for fun.
Yeah.
But then, maybe I'll mess around with water flow during that testing period. I'll get the exterior of the tank done. Well, actually, once I order the glass, I'll start working exterior. But, then it's just, once I'm satisfied with the fill test is successful, I'll drain it, aquascape it, refill it with RODI and salt water, and then I'm going to guess 4 to 6 months before it goes live with everything. That's just the guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very, I know you were a little apprehensive too on the whole mixing the systems together right away. And I think that I'm going to be in that same spot because the water volume of the display is 2/3 larger than what's back there now.
Yeah. I didn't want to kill everything that I had been carefully nurturing for 2 years by adding water to it that was going to be a problem. Yeah, it was really hard.
I think the only thing I've kind of elected that I'm going to do is I've got the plumbing taps for a second heating loop. I think what I'm going to do is probably, I've got an old 120 gallon sump, a poly tank, and I think I'm going to turn that into the sump for this tank. And then I'm just going to put my Abyss on there and toss a heating coil in it. And then I could test the plumbing. I can test everything out and make sure that most of it's working.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I think the only thing I'm a little afraid of is what happens when I shut the pump off. Is that 120 gallon going to have enough volume to handle the drain off?
Depends where your returns are. Our heating system, we were talking about it the other day and thinking we're in that zone now where it's been, remember you and I talked about that with a phone call about the problems we were having with the circulating pump and all that. Once we figured out the right order for draining and refilling, and we realized that what we had been doing was the hose that we're refilling the system with had air in it. So we were refilling the system with air. And then when it started coming out the other end, we didn't wait long enough for it to purge all the air. And ever since we figured that out and we got a whole bunch of horrible black grunge out of the actual water heater, it's been, I want to say, 4 or 5 months now that it's been running flawlessly. So this is the zone where something's going to go wrong. So I have a Wise Cam aimed at the Inkbird, and I check it several times a day because the first clue that something was wrong was the temperature started dropping. Because, of course, the circulating pump wasn't able to get the hot water to the system. So anyway, but seriously, figuring that out about filling the system in the air, since we got all of the air out of the system, we haven't had any airlocks. And we thought it would be micro bubbles from, that were contained in the water and they pool after a while.
Yeah.
But I think it was because we were pushing air in and not allowing enough time for it to purge at the other end before we shut it all off. Yeah.
Yeah, that radiant heating system, I just love it. And
Yeah.
it's funny too, because I've got another friend with a large display on Reef to Reef. It's a 5,500 gallon cement tank that he built in his house. And I think though his actual water volume is closer to like 4,200 gallons like mine.
Mm-hmm.
But he's been having a lot of problems getting equipment from a certain company, which I won't name. And basically, you know, he had heat exchangers and skimmers and sumps and all that. And he had been testing his tank thoroughly, wanted to get salt water in it and heat it. And we've been talking on the phone a few times. So I was like, well, you know, just hook up the radiant loop that I got.
Mm-hmm.
So he went ahead and hooked one of those up. And because he's like, how long? He's like, this is probably going to take forever to heat the tank up. And I go, it's going to heat that tank real fast. Like you're not going to believe how quick it's going to work. Yeah. It's just so much more efficient. And then, yeah, I think he was like, it was like a day, and he's like, he didn't have to move the temp a huge amount because it had been running for a while. But he's like, man, that was pretty fast.
Yeah.
So.
And there's a couple different things to consider. My biggest challenge is the temperature, because the sensor is in the shallow 50, which is basically the first point of contact from the water that comes down from the tank. But the pumps push the water up from the chamber where the heating coil is. So
yeah,
it's like a differential. So it has to be between 78 and 79. I have to set the Inkbird for 79. And then as soon as it gets to 78, it turns on. And that keeps this tank at 77.5, just because of the distances.
Yeah.
That, you know,
and
even all of the chambers of the sump, they're a half a degree different from one to the next Fahrenheit. So, you know, that was the hardest part. It was figuring out how to get the display at the right temperature because of where it is in relation to A, the temperature sensor, and B, the source of the heat. Yeah.
That's going to become, I worried about that in my last system, and it never was really an issue.
Yeah.
But that will be a much different problem for me in this system, because the water circulation time through the whole system,
yeah,
you know, figure I got a 6,000 gallon per hour pump right now. The tank's 4,200 gallons. I'm going to have head loss on it. Mm-hmm. So let's just say every hour the tank's turning over. So yeah, that's going to be something I'll have to figure out. Plus all the auxiliary tanks I have.
Yeah.
There's going to be a little bit of bleed off there too. So yeah, it'll be.
Yeah. Well, I think part of the issue with me is the Inkbird, because I need a controller. I have a Pony Eye controller, which I'm considering switching to, because of that you can program to 0.1 of a degree.
Do you have that Inkbird into a secondary temp controller yet?
No.
So that would be something I would like, because with my Renko controller is plugged into my Apex, and the Renko does its own thing, but I have the Apex set up as an overtemp kill switch, so that if it accidentally somehow stuck on, mm-hmm. It'll shut the recirculation pump off in the other temperature controller and just kill it all together.
Yeah. Well, I have the Hydros, and the plan is to use the Hydros temperature sensor. And
that'll do it then.
That I can program by plugging the Inkbird into a Hydros smart outlet.
Yep.
So I think
I'll take care of it.
I think I can use it that way. It's just another thing I'm procrastinating on, is getting that thing up and running. Like there's a lot of uses for it now. Like I've identified many things about the system where that will help me. And so now I just have to finally get my head around it and take the time and do it. Yeah, for sure. Somebody was asking about insurance. And I know we talked about that once. Wonder what an insurance agent would think looking at all that water. Casey Wagner.
I could tell you, I'll put it this way. I'm self-insured if this thing has a problem.
That's right.
I'll put it this way. So, could you get insurance for this? Yes. I think the insurance cost to insure this tank would cost more than me to repair everything that would be damaged if it catastrophically failed.
Yeah.
So I already know how much water it'll put in the basement if it burst.
Yep.
At a minimum, and it's about 3 inches of water.
Yeah. Because the thing is, it's a finite amount of water. It's not like water maybe breaking or flood waters from a big storm or a hurricane or whatever. A finite amount of water.
It's going to destroy the floors. Well, I got carpet in here that's going to get replaced anyways. But there's a slab under it that's not going to get hurt. The drywall and the trim, potentially some electrical could be damaged if it got splashed with salt water. But, you know, it also is kind of the reaction time to how quickly you deal with the problem.
Yeah.
And that's a complete worst case, like the thing just explodes and it's everywhere. But the other thing that you have to look at, too, is that this is all DIY. Mm-hmm. The insurance, you know, when insurance companies look at things that fail, well, they want to know who built it, who manufactured it, who installed it.
After.
And well, and having gone through something where I had something that I had installed that failed and caused a flood on a faucet, it wasn't a big deal because it's just the normal home thing. But for something like this, they would probably quote me some astronomical amount of money because they, you know, it's just a realistic question they're going to ask us, say, what qualifications do you even have to build this thing?
Yeah. And the actuaries, I'm sure they don't really have the skill to determine what the odds are of because they don't know your process.
And to pay to get all that stuff done, once again, by the time you added up all the costs to do that, I could just, you know, replace everything that got destroyed anyways.
Yeah.
And it's just simple fact of it. That's the way I look at it. Yeah. Don't want to have to do that, which is why I'm overbuilding the crap out of everything.
Yeah. Well, and we have a hole in the floor here because behind the tank, one of the tiles got removed and the slot for all the pipes. So if we have a failure, at least some of the water is going to end up in the basement.
Yeah.
And right below there is the sump pit. So all come with a sump pump by code, even though we don't have wet foundations, like it's just they have to in this municipality. So, you know, like we did talk a lot about that, and we do have insurance, by the way, but ours is mainly for you know, like if space junk came through the roof and smashed the tank all up, or if somebody
I was gonna say they'll cover
front, you know,
they'll cover it if it's not the cause, or and again, if the thing catastrophically failed, they're gonna say, well, who built it?
Yeah.
And I could almost see the face on somebody that would come out and be like, you serious? You get like
to come out for
they might be like, I don't know if this is like you're punking me or
oh my god, Alex, you got to get a quote just for the
I don't.
If you have insurance refused, it goes on your record and it's not good.
I'd rather not have that.
Yeah. You don't want them to know about that. It's kind of like the fireplace in the old days when you could put like a wood burning stove in your living room, and then the insurance company would come along and say, oh no, you got to take that out and put brick under it and on the wall and all of that. You know, I remember that made my dad so mad because he had one in the basement. But my dad was an old school guy. If he couldn't find a tool, maybe that's where I get it. He would just invent it. And then he would do whatever he had to do with it, and that was fine. And he had his wood-burning stove in his basement, which wasn't heated. That's why he had it. But the pipe went up to the chimney for the fireplace that was right above it upstairs. Except it went through the floor with the joists on either side, right? So that's a risk because there was nothing protecting the wood from the pipe.
Yeah.
And he was so mad when they made him take it out. The insurance guy happened to see it. They didn't know it was there, but they were legit in having him take it out because there was no way he could make that fireproof.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, you know, it's a freestanding aquarium structure. You know, I hate to tell anyone out here, but if you put a whole bunch of water in your house, I've always had the acceptance of there could be a really bad situation arise from it.
That's right.
And I'll say this much. While I originally wanted tanks in the main floor of my other house, and I have done them in other houses on smaller tanks, I really like the fact that it's in the basement because the level of damage that will be caused from something happening here is significantly less than if it were on the main floor.
That's right.
Because it would destroy, you know, even a 500-gallon tank on a main floor, that thing goes like any flooring you have is going to have to go. You know, the subfloor might be shot.
Yeah.
Or you're going to have to at least rip it down to that.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, what does it get on below that? I mean, it's just, there's a lot more. And again, having gone through 2 floods, not aquarium related, I could tell everybody it is not a fun thing to go through and experience. It is.
No.
It is very, very, very much unfun. It is the complete opposite of it.
And this is what we're thinking here, that like our tile is all in this front room and it goes all the way to the staircase. So if something let go on this tank, depending on where it happened, chances are good a large amount of it would go down the hole into the basement. But there's every chance the puddle could reach the hardwood flooring and the carpet that goes down the stairs to the basement. But we're thinking, because when you put like a marble on this floor, it doesn't go anywhere. Like it's completely level. So whatever happens here, the amount of water is going to drain in all directions. It's not going to be directed towards that hole. So some of it will go down, but there's every chance there'll be other damage. And that's why I wanted the armored seams, why I wanted the interior bottom Euro brace. I mean, you can't account for absolutely everything that might happen. Like if my grandson came in here with a golf ball and winged it at the tank and happened to chip it in the wrong spot, right? Like you can't account for everything, but all you can do is try and build it to a degree that under normal use with no special accidents or anything, it shouldn't be a problem. But you just
and you know, having built many tanks now of large size, and I still see them today. There's a lot of very good DIYers out there, but the one thing I'll tell everybody is you better be willing to take your time and be very patient.
Yeah.
Pretty much everyone that I see that tries to do things quickly and not take their time with it, those are the ones I've seen the catastrophic failures on, or they just didn't take the time to really learn everything behind it. Like it is hundreds, if not thousands of hours I have spent reading and researching and watching what other people do. Their success and failure. Yeah. My own successes and failures. I've had my 700 boat in my last system, and I
remember that.
You know, and I had to redo the whole thing, and I didn't want to have to do that, but that was the solution that ultimately worked, and I still got the same braces on the 700 today.
Yeah.
But you know, I same thing with filling a tank, and that, I mean, that's just for me, any tank, I don't care what tank it is, you don't fill that whole thing up in one shot. Not unless you know that it's been fill tested several times, has a track record on it. Like the 150 I got in my fish room, I bought that used, And I literally filled it up in my garage the first time when I got it home, and I was like, well, we'll let it sit out here for a month before I try to take it downstairs.
Yeah. And then you have to check it again after you move it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we filled this tank up in thirds, and we used tank water from downstairs to put in, along with some new salt water.
Yep. And
so, and it worked. Like it seemed the tank water, of course, wouldn't retain its biology because there's nothing alive up here. To some degree it did, but there was no rock or anything in it at the time.
And the other thing is too, if you're going to have a failure, or another good one is, as you start filling the tank, it becomes unlevel on fill.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that I think it's often overlooked, is everyone levels it up before they start filling. But then when you're filling, that's why too, you want to take those times and say, okay, let's stop it at a quarter, a half, or a third, and then check the level every time. Or like, I like using painter's tape and sticking it on the glass and going, all right, 2 days that the water level hasn't dropped, that's a good thing. Yeah,
or changed,
or just looking at the level of the water and going, uh-oh, that doesn't look right. I can honestly say I can get away with a little bit of that because it's such a large mass and it's so well supported that the glass is not the factor of holding it level. The glass is just holding the water back.
Yeah.
So,
well, and we have 0 cracked tiles in here. We were sure we would have a cracked tile or 2 or some, because it's a perimeter support. I didn't want legs because I didn't want any point loads anywhere, not on tile. Like concrete, maybe you can get away with that, but not on tile that's on a wooden subfloor. Mind you, there's the wooden subfloor is over 2 inches thick in this room.
I'm not surprised you haven't had cracks, though. I mean, maybe in a few years you might get something just from the natural vibration of the house, but I mean, that's one thing. Like, even in my old house and even in my new house, I watch the basement to see if I get any cracks forming, because I think the number one question I get on this build is, how'd you reinforce your floors?
Yeah.
I go, it's on a slab, and
you've distributed
that's not enough. And I'm like,
well,
there's no place for it to go. It's not a point load.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'll be honest, my water storage tanks, they exert more pressure on that floor per square foot than this thing will.
Yeah.
Now, it's not the mass of the weight, but it's
the
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, that tank's like 42 inches tall or something. So you have that you have to look at too. And is there always a level of risk? Yes, which again, that's why I'm going to fill it nice and slow.
Yep.
And monitor things, so if something happens, I could stop.
Yep. We have cracks in our floor, or a crack, but it doesn't lead to anything.
Oh, in the basement, or?
Yeah, in the basement, but it's not. It's a normal concrete that happens.
Well, they do crack it on purpose for expansion joints too. So a lot of times around if you got any vertical posts, sometimes they intentionally, you'll even see the tabs where they put it into, or a line in there where they intentionally want the slab to crack for an expansion joint.
Yeah.
That was one of the failed DIY projects I watched unfold on Reef to Reef. Was somebody, they wanted to make a cinder block sump in their basement and use their basement floor and their concrete port form walls as the sides and the bottom of the tank. And I told them, I said, because they just wanted to epoxy it, add a little fiberglass, and be done with it. And I remember telling them that your poured form walls are not attached to that floor.
And they're not designed for outward, like put outward pressure.
No, and the other thing is too, and that's why none of my tank, like my tank is closer to the one wall here, but technically with the studs and everything else, it's almost a foot away.
Yeah.
And I did that on purpose to make sure it's not right on the edge of the slab. It's spread out from it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that they filled that up, and then they stopped posting on Reef to Reef, and then somebody kept asking them what's going on, and they were like, "Yeah, it failed." And I was like, "Now you could have used pond liner, or that is a good solution there, because it will move and contract and expand a little bit, and if you pad it right, that shouldn't be a factor in wearing on the pond liner." But yeah, I mean, it's just sometimes it's good though to see how people do these things that don't work. It's just people don't usually talk about them.
Yeah, yeah.
So
yeah, that's the thing. I've never felt. There's a couple things that have happened that I haven't really talked about, but they're just stupid things that I did that nobody could learn from except me. But not much. Like when I look back over all of the videos and stuff I've done over the years, like I've had multiple tank crashes that have wiped out large quantities of my livestock and things that have happened, and that kind of stuff. I don't feel right about not talking about, only because it just feels it feels dishonest in a way, and especially the one that the algae scrubber with the water that went toxic. It went toxic in the tray because there was no circulation. It was in the dark and there was algae, and I left it in there for a week. And about a cup of that water got directly into the sump when I was removing it, and I never thought anything of it. And then because it was in the middle chamber, and there's a baffle with a sponge in it, and then the return chamber, it dumped right into the return chamber. And the circle of death was like an arc from the return nozzle. And that's what made me think it had to have been something from the sump that got put in.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I thought people should know this. And that's why even if I'm not running my skimmer, I turn it on every day for about 15 minutes. So the water inside doesn't get stagnant. Oh, we lost you for a second, but you're back.
Yeah, my phone battery's getting low.
So Sammy D is asking about heating for the monster system, if it's going to be in line with your water tank heater. And I know we talked a little bit earlier about what's going to happen with your heating, how it has to be a little different than your last.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be a radiant heating coil through the hot water heater. So it's just a matter of, to your point, just staging the temperature. Like, do I have to make it heat the sump tank a little bit hotter?
Yeah.
So that by the time it goes through the rest of it, it'll come back and not get too cold.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna use that same method, because plus I try to keep my house temperature usually in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
In the summertime, I'll drop it low 70s. In the winter, sometimes I'll be in the high 60s, and I would much rather have the heater kicking on up a little bit here and there than everything getting too hot.
It's that comfort zone thing, right? Room for things to go wrong.
Yeah.
Well, John, Blue Carbon Reefing was having some trouble with the temperature staging in his system. I forget how much water he's got, like 1,500 gallons or something by now. So I don't know. I don't know whether he's reached out to you about that.
I haven't talked to him, because I think he had an article that he written on his, but I've never really had real bad concerns with it. And I mean, it's just, another one that Mr. Saltwater Tank did that video about the broken heater.
Yes.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, wow, that thing's doing all kinds of stuff in there while it's on and broken. And then I was like, oh, that ICP test is going to be fun. And then when he got it back, like just the crazy high levels for that short period of time for like copper and stuff. And he's like, that's like overdose to like kill stuff, like kill your fish and everything. So
see, I have never had a heater fail in my 11 years in the hobby. I've never had a heater fail, but I've heard so much about it. That's why the number one thing, not number one of the really priorities with this system was no electric heater is going in the water anywhere, no matter what kind it is. Don't want it in my water, in my system. And so that's why we went with the radiant heat. That was not cheap. That entire system probably cost, I want to say $1,700 to set that up. By the time we paid the plumber and got the pump and got the water heater and all that kind of thing.
You'll probably save that much electricity inside 2 years, though.
Exactly, because what am I going to do? Put 10 500-watt heaters in my system? And it's not the water volume that dictates that. It's the location of the water and how it flows that would dictate how I would have to heat it. So, I just figured, well, you spend it once and...
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is like, because I have a primary and secondary sump, everything dumps into that primary sump.
Yeah.
So that is why I use that as the trigger point to where all that water's dumping in. That's the point where it's going to make the call for heating.
Yeah.
And I might have to move things a little bit with the big display coming on. Like I might move that temperature sensor to a new location, or I haven't figured out the scheme how I'm going to dump that water in. But, or I might take the heating coil and move that to a different spot too, because I got the secondary sump and I have a tap for another heating loop. So technically I could do two of them.
Yeah. And in your tank, because of the variance in flow from one end to the other, you're also going to have that to consider. So you may even have temperature variations, like significant, within the water volume of your L shape. Like it's, yeah.
It'll be interesting because you figure with all the equipment in here too, and it being contained in a canopy, that's going to have its own heat generation as well. So
yeah.
When
my lights are on, the tank is around 78. It adds about a half a degree. And I have fans in the canopy. And when you walk in, you can feel the warm air come down.
Yeah, I could, where my dehumidifier discharges, it heats up my back corner where my water storage tanks are and stuff. So, which that'll change when I reroute that to vent that into this main finished basement area.
Yeah.
Because that's not going to stay the same. That's going to change, and then the airflow down here is going to all be much different. And then the fish room, I'll be able to close the door and stuff. I keep it open now because it's my way of getting air in there.
Yeah.
Which that's what the ERV will solve that problem too.
Yeah. Cool. Well, Alex, I should let you go. It's after midnight here. I don't know what time it is there.
It's 11, but I'm down to 11% of my battery. So yeah, it's probably time to go.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. And wow, this was so good. I'm so glad that I finally was able to get back into this. And I appreciate all the time you spent because you were here right from the start. So I thank you for that. And
always fun
conversation. And thanks everybody in the chat. We still got 15 people here, so that's awesome. So hopefully people will continue to come back, and I'm sure a lot will happen in the next week. You suggested, Alex, that I get a mobile and go on a tour of the system. So maybe that's an idea for a future live stream, is just a general Q&A, ask me anything, and I can kind of go around and show you, because there's a lot of crazy in this that's, really not normal. So, I mean, not as much not normal as you have, Alex, but
just a little difference in size. It's still the same amount of crazy.
Yeah. Well, you solve the problems as they come up one at a time, right? And the hope is that A, it can be solved, and B, it can be solved by not spending a whole crap load of money. So.
Yep, that's the big one right there. So.
Okay, here's me sitting in the dark. I'm gonna go turn my bubble scrubbing on, and I gotta put some Coral Essentials Power Grow, a couple drops in the tank tonight. And long form and unedited, so less pressure. Yeah, it's true. It's true. We need another tank update walkthrough. I think we do. I feel also like, oh, here I am rambling again, but my YouTube channel has grown since all of this started. And I feel like there are gradually more and more people that don't have the backstory. So I think for that reason, I need to do a better kind of update schedule until I feel like I'm caught up. Because, for example, the tank, it looks full now. Like I said, I walked in here the other day and it was like, this mother's full now. Like, where am I going to put more stuff? It's not. There's still lots of rock space. But anyway, when you look at it from the front, it looks full. And that has happened over the course of months. But of course, I haven't been here every week to tell you about it. So it looks like it kind of happened overnight. And so that kind of update, I think I'm going to have to get a little bit more sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm going to have to commit to that because I don't like these 37-minute update videos. It's too long. It's too much. And I don't expect people to watch all of that. So
I put a disclaimer on the one I released today on Facebook. I told people don't operate heavy machinery
yeah, that's right.
or drive before you watch this.
Exactly. Okay, all right. So it's really time to say goodbye. Thanks everybody for participating in the draw. And we can do that again. Maybe for Christmas, we'll do the thing like Dave used to do. Dave's nano tanks, the whole Christmas giveaway, and a whole bunch of people can, toss in something they want to give away, and we can, instead of saying guess a number between 1 and 75 and then scanning the chat as it zooms by to try and catch the first, that used to be really hard. So this whole hashtag choice thing is much, much better. So yeah, more giveaways because it's easier. Okay. Thanks again, Alex.
Thanks, Cindy. Have a good night.
You too. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.